Get ready for the most horrifying trucker stories that will keep you awake at night. Let's jump right into it. You know, out here on the long haul, I've seen some things. Things that make your hair stand on end. But nothing, and I mean nothing, prepared me for the night I met the hitchhiker. It was a moonless night in the heart of the Navajo Nation. My rig, Ol' Bess, was humming a steady tune as I cruised down Highway 160, a ribbon of black cutting through a vast, desolate landscape. The only sound was the wind whipping past my cab, and the occasional howl in the distance. Just me, the road, and the endless expanse of stars overhead. Then I saw him, standing on the shoulder, thumb out, silhouetted against the inky black. He was tall, lean, with long, raven black hair that danced in the wind. Something about him, even in the darkness, seemed off. But hey, a fella's gotta help out a fellow traveler, right? Especially out here, where miles of empty desert stretch between you and the next town. I pulled Bess over, the air brakes hissing, and he leapt over to the passenger side. He climbed in, a quick, fluid movement, like a shadow slithering into the cab. "Much obliged," he said, his voice a low rasp. "Are you heading east?" "All the way to Flagstaff," I replied, forcing a friendly smile. "Name's Mike." "Daniel," he said, his eyes, even in the dim light of the cab, seemed to gleam. At first, the conversation was easy. He talked about the land, the old ways, the stories his grandfather used to tell him. He had a way with words, this Daniel. Painted vivid pictures of ancient spirits and forgotten gods. But as the miles rolled by, something started to crawl under my skin. It started with the smell. A faint, musky odor, like wet fur and something else. Something metallic, like old blood. I cracked a window, but the smell lingered, clinging to the air like a shroud. Then, his eyes. Every time a passing car's headlights illuminated the cab, his eyes would catch the light. Not like a normal person's, reflecting the glow. No, these eyes, they glowed. A faint, sickly yellow, like embers burning in the dark. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of the light, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. And the things he knew. Things he shouldn't have known. He asked about my wife, Sarah by name. He mentioned the little cross my daughter gave me, the one that hangs from my rearview mirror. He even talked about a childhood dog I had, a mutt named Scruffy. Things I'd never told a soul. "How do you know all that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. He just smiled, a slow, predatory grin that showed a little too much teeth. "A good listener hears more than just words, Mike," he said. "He hears the whispers of the wind, the secrets of the heart." My blood ran cold. This wasn't just some guy. This was something else. The old Navajo stories flooded my mind. Stories my grandfather, a truck driver himself, used to tell me. Stories about skinwalkers, shapeshifters, creatures that could steal your form, your memories, your very soul. I always thought they were just campfire tales, meant to scare kids. Now, I wasn't so sure. The air in the cab grew heavy, thick with dread. I could feel his gaze on me, burning into my skin. I tried to focus on the road, but my hands were shaking on the wheel. I had to get out of here. Need to stretch my legs, I mumbled, pulling Bess over to the shoulder. My heart hammered against my ribs. I got out, taking a deep breath of the cold night air. It didn't help. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, intensified. I turned to look back at the cab. Daniel was still sitting there. His silhouette a dark shape against the faint glow of the dashboard lights. His eyes were glowing brighter now, two malevolent orbs in the darkness. Then, he did something that froze me to the spot. He slowly, deliberately, raised his hand, and in it, he held my daughter's cross. The one that had been hanging from my rearview mirror just moments before. He smiled, that chilling, predator's grin. He was going to kill me, I knew it. I had a tire iron in the toolbox attached to the side of the cab. I pulled it out and gripped the tool in my right hand. Then I quickly walked to the driver's side of the cab and threw open the door. Daniel was sat there, just like before, still grinning that sinister grin. I raised my tire iron and struck it down on him. He was quick though, and it only grazed his shoulder. He looked down at the small wound I had inflicted, and back at me, his eyes now a fiery red. He lunged at me, claws out, and knocked me to the ground, knocking my tire iron away. I knew I was done for, but in a last-ditch effort, I reached in my pocket for my pocket knife. I opened it and drove it into his chest. He recoiled in pain, and I seized my opportunity. I got up and sprinted as far as I could. He followed in pursuit. I could hear his heavy breathing behind me as he slowly gained on me. I noticed a cave off the road and darted inside. He had slowed down and was now limping, my knife still lodged in his chest. I ran as far as I could into the cave, and I found a dead end. This was it, I was about to die. The creature entered the cave, his eyes glowing a faint red, as he limped toward me, snarling and drooling. I closed my eyes and waited for the end, but then, a deafening roar filled the cave, a sound that shook the very earth. It wasn't a sound of this world. I opened my eyes, and saw a figure emerge from the darkness behind the creature, from the depths of the cave. It was massive, silhouetted against the faint light from the entrance. It had the body of a man, but the head of a wolf with glowing blue eyes. It roared again, a sound that seemed to shatter the very fabric of reality. The Skinwalker turned, his red eyes widening in terror. The wolfman lunged, grabbing the creature in its powerful jaws. The Skinwalker let out a blood-curdling scream as the wolf, man bit down, severing its head from its body in one swift motion. The Skinwalker's headless body collapsed to the ground, twitching violently. I watched in horror as dark, viscous fluid oozed from the wound, forming a puddle on the cave floor. The wolfman stood over the fallen Skinwalker, its chest heaving, its blue eyes fixed on me. Then, it did something that made my blood run cold. It lowered its massive head and began to lap at the dark fluid, consuming the essence of the creature it had just killed. As it did, I noticed the wound where I had stabbed the Skinwalker start to close. The creature's severed head began to change shape, contorting and reforming. It grew a new body and slowly stood up. The reformed Skinwalker turned its gaze to me, its red eyes burning with a newfound intensity. It let out a chilling hiss, and then, to my horror, it began to morph. Its features shifting and changing, its face twisted and contorted, the skin rippling and reshaping itself. And then, I saw it. My face. The Skinwalker was wearing my face. My own eyes stared back at me, filled with a malevolent intelligence that sent shivers down my spine. It had taken my form, my identity, just as the old stories warned. The creature, now a mirror image of myself, grinned, a chilling mockery of my own smile. It took a step towards me, and I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it wasn't just my form it had stolen. It was coming for my life, my family, everything I held dear. It would go back to my life, to my wife and daughter, as me. And I would be trapped here, in this desolate cave, forgotten. The last thing I saw before I blacked out was my own face, a mask of evil, leering down at me. And the last sound I heard was the wolf man, the supposed savior, howling in what I now realized was not triumph but hunger. A hunger that was now directed at me. The hunter had become the hunted. The horror had just begun. Story 2. The Creepy Diner. You know me. I'm always up for trying a new grazy spoon on the road. Love a good diner, I do. But there's one place, one meal, that I'll never forget. Not for the food, mind you, but for what was in it. This is the story of the last supper I almost had. It was a stormy night out on Highway 50 in Nevada, what they call the loneliest road in America. And let me tell you, it lives up to the name. Rain was lashing down, the wind howling like a banshee, and visibility was near zero. My rig Bess was fighting the elements every inch of the way, and my stomach was rumbling louder than the engine. I hadn't eaten since breakfast, and it was pushing midnight. Then, through the sheets of rain, I saw it. A flickering neon sign, barely visible in the gloom. Ethel's Eats open 24/7, of a beacon of hope in that desolate wasteland. A squat, cinder-block building with a gravel parking lot. It looked like it had been plucked straight out of the 1950s. I pulled Bess in, the gravel crunching under her tires, and cut the engine. The silence that followed was almost deafening, broken only by the drumming of the rain on the roof. A single, bare bulb above the diner's door cast long, distorted shadows across the lot. I pushed open the door, a little bell jingling above my head, and stepped inside. The place was strange, dimly lit, with red vinyl booths lining the walls and a long, chrome counter with swivel stools. The air was thick with the smell of grease, coffee, and something else, something sickly sweet that I couldn't quite place. Behind the counter stood a woman. She must have been Ethel. Tall, gaunt, with stringy gray hair and eyes that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. She was staring right through me, a blank, unsettling expression on her face. "Coffee," I said, my voice sounding strangely loud in the silence. "And what's good tonight?" She didn't answer, just turned and poured me a cup from a stained, ancient-looking pot. The coffee was black as tar and smelled burnt. "We got the special," a voice croaked from behind me. I turned to see a man sitting in a booth in the corner. He was even thinner than Ethel, with sunken cheeks and a ragged beard. His eyes, though, were sharp, almost feverish. Beside him sat a young girl, maybe 10 or 11, with the same hollow eyes and pale skin. She was staring at me, a disturbing, knowing look on her face. "What's in the special?" I asked, trying to ignore the unease crawling up my spine. "Meat," the man said, a strange, almost hungry glint in his eyes. "A fresh meat," but the girl giggled, a high-pitched, unsettling sound that sent shivers down my spine. I should have left then. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get back in my rig and drive. But my stomach was growling, and the thought of another hour on that desolate highway with nothing but stale coffee was too much to bear. "All right," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'll take the special, bah." Ethel nodded, a slow, deliberate movement, and disappeared into the kitchen. The man and the girl continued to stare at me, their silence more unnerving than any conversation. The wait was agonizing. The only sounds were the ticking of a grandfather clock in the corner, the hiss of the grill from the kitchen, and that faint, sickly sweet smell that seemed to be getting stronger. Finally, Ethel emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate covered with a metal dum. She placed it in front of me with a thud and lifted the cover. It was a stew, a thick, dark stew with chunks of meat and vegetables swimming in a greasy broth. The smell hit me full force then, that sweet, metallic tang. It was the smell of blood, and something else, something human. My stomach churned. I looked up at Ethel, my face pale, I'm sure. "What is this?" I stammered. "The special," she said, her voice flat, emotionless. The man in the booth chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "Eat up," he said. "It's good for you." The girl was smiling now, a wide, unnerving grin that showed too many teeth. I noticed they were filed to sharp points. I pushed the plate away, my appetite completely gone. I'm not hungry anymore," I said, my voice trembling. The man stood up, his movements surprisingly quick for someone so thin. He walked towards me, his eyes burning into mine. "You can't leave now," he said, his voice low and menacing. "You're part of the family." The girl giggled again, that chilling, high-pitched sound. Ethel moved from behind the counter, a large cleaver appearing in her hand, as if from nowhere. It glinted in the dim light, stained a dark, rusty red. I scrambled out of the booth, knocking over my chair. I had to get out of there. I ran for the door, the man and Ethel close behind me. The girl was still in the booth, watching the chase with that disturbing smile on her face. I burst through the door and into the storm, the rain stinging my face. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps pounding on the gravel. I sprinted towards Bess, fumbling with my keys. I managed to get the door open and scrambled inside, slamming it shut behind me. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine sputtered, coughed, but wouldn't catch. I tried again and again, my heart pounding in my chest. The man and Ethel were at the window now, their faces contorted with rage, their eyes burning with a primal hunger. The girl stood outside the diner door, just watching. The man smashed his fist against the glass, a spider web of cracks spreading across the surface. Finally, with a roar, the engine caught. I threw Bess into gear and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun on the gravel, then caught, and I fishtailed out of the parking lot, leaving the diner and its monstrous inhabitants behind. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town, miles down the road. I told the police what happened, of course, but when they went back to investigate, they found nothing. The diner was gone, vanished without a trace, like it had never been there at all. But I know what I saw. I know what I smelled. And I know what they were serving at Ethel's Eats. It's a meal I'll never forget, a taste that still lingers in my nightmares. It makes me wonder, what did they see in me that night? Was I chosen for a reason? Did they let me go? Or just send me on my way until we meet again? These questions still plague me to this day. Story 3, The Portal. They say that the desert plays tricks on your eyes, right? Heat, haze, mirages, that sort of thing. But what I saw out there on that desolate stretch of Arizona highway, that wasn't any mirage. That was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't be possible. I was hauling a load of electronics from Phoenix to Vegas, cruising along in Old Bess, my trusty rig. It was late afternoon, the sun hanging low in the sky, painting the desert in hues of orange and purple. Beautiful, sure, but also eerie. There's a solitude out there that can get under your skin. Then I saw it. A shimmer in the air ahead, like heat rising off the asphalt, but different. It was wider, taller, and it pulsed with a faint, internal light, like a jellyfish in the deep ocean. As I got closer, the air around it seemed to warp and distort. The straight line of the highway ahead seemed to bend, to curve towards this shimmering anomaly. Now, any sane person would have slammed on the brakes, maybe even turned around. But something about this thing, it drew me in. Curiosity, maybe, or something more primal. A pull I couldn't explain. I slowed Bess down, easing her closer to the shimmering curtain. The air grew thick, heavy, like I was driving through syrup. My radio, which had been playing some classic rock, dissolved into static. Then silence. Even the rumble of Bess's engine seemed muffled, distant. Then, I was through. One moment I was on a desert highway. The next, I don't even know how to describe it. It was like the world had been turned inside out and upside down all at once. The sky, if you could call it that, was a swirling vortex of colors that don't exist on Earth. Colors that hurt my eyes and made my brain ache. The ground beneath Bess's tires was no longer asphalt, but a shifting, crystalline surface that crunched and chimed with every turn of the wheel. And the landscape, imagine a nightmare landscape painted by a madman. Jagged, impossible structures rose from the ground, defying gravity, defying logic. Some pulsed with that same inner light I'd seen in the rift, while others were blacker than any void, absorbing all light that touched them. And the silence, it was absolute. No wind, no engine noise. No sound at all except for the crunching of the crystalline ground and a faint, high-pitched hum that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I drove on, slowly, cautiously. I had to see more. I had to understand. It was like being in a dream, a terrifying, beautiful dream that you can't wake up from. Then I saw them. The creatures. The first one was floating, or maybe swimming, through the air. It was a mass of tentacles, iridescent and translucent, with a single, enormous eye in the center that swiveled, taking in everything around it. It pulsed with that strange, inner light, and as it moved, it left trails of shimmering color in its wake. It saw me, I know it did. Its eye focused on Bess, and I felt a jolt, a mental shockwave, that made me cry out in pain. Then another appeared, this one crawling along the crystalline ground. It looked like a giant spider, but with too many legs, and its body was covered in what looked like thousands of tiny, blinking eyes. It moved with an unnatural, jerky grace, its limbs bending in ways that shouldn't be possible. More and more of them appeared, each one more bizarre and terrifying than the last. Creatures that slithered, crawled, floated, and flew. Creatures that defied description, defied understanding. They were the stuff of nightmares, made real. I realized then that I had made a terrible mistake. I had crossed into a place where I didn't belong, a place where humans were not meant to be. I was an intruder, an anomaly, and these creatures. They were aware of me. They were studying me, hunting me. I had to get out. I spun Bess around, a difficult maneuver on the shifting, crystalline ground, and floored it. I drove like a madman, weaving between the impossible structures, the creatures in pursuit. The giant spider thing was the fastest. It gained on me with terrifying speed, its many eyes blinking, its too many legs a blur of motion. I could see its mandibles, sharp and cruel, opening and closing in anticipation. I saw the rift ahead, a shimmering curtain in the distance. My only hope. I pushed Bess to her limit, the engine screaming in protest. The spider thing was right behind me, its legs reaching, its mandibles snapping. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact, for the inevitable. But instead of pain, I felt a jolt, a sensation of falling, then a sudden return to normalcy. I opened my eyes. I was back on the highway, the Arizona sun setting in the distance. Bess was still running, but the engine was no longer screaming. The ride was no longer bumpy. The radio was now playing again. The rift was gone. I pulled over, my hands shaking, my body drenched in sweat. I was back. But I was changed. I never finished that run to Vegas. I turned around, drove back to Phoenix, and I haven't been on the road since. I sold Bess. I took a job at a warehouse, anything to stay off the highways, anything to avoid the desert. But sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I see it again. That shimmering curtain, that impossible landscape, those creatures, and I hear that faint, high-pitched hum vibrating in my bones. Story 4, the cabin. The snow was coming down hard. A blinding white curtain that swallowed the road ahead. My wipers were fighting a losing battle, and the wind was howling like a demon, rocking old Bess, my rig, back and forth. I was somewhere in the backwoods of Colorado, miles from anywhere, and seriously regretting taking this shortcut. Then I saw it, a faint light flickering through the trees. A cabin. Now, I've seen enough horror movies to know that a lone cabin in the woods is usually a bad idea. But hypothermia is a bad idea too, and I was starting to lose feeling in my toes. So, against my better judgment, I pulled Bess off the road and followed a barely visible driveway, the snow already up to my knees. The cabin was small, ramshackle, built from logs that had long since weathered to a dull gray. One window was boarded up, the other was dark, but that flickering light was definitely coming from inside. Smoke curled from a crooked stone chimney, a welcome sight. I knocked a hollow, echoing sound that was swallowed by the storm. No answer. I tried the door, and to my surprise, it creaked open. "Hello." I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain. Silence. I stepped inside, a wave of stale, musty air washing over me. The cabin was a single room, sparsely furnished. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, where a small fire crackled merrily, casting long, dancing shadows. A rough, hewn table sat in the center of the room, surrounded by 3 chairs, one of them child-sized. A faded rug lay on the floor, and a dusty, cobweb-covered bookshelf lined one wall. It was like stepping back in time, and it was definitely creepy, but it was warm and dry. So, I decided to stay, at least until the storm passed. I stoked the fire, adding a few logs from a pile stacked neatly beside the hearth. As the flames grew, I started to notice things I hadn't seen before. A child's drawing, crudely rendered in crayon, tacked to the wall above the fireplace. It depicted a stick, figure family, a man, a woman, and a little girl holding hands in front of a house. On the table, a half-finished game of checkers, the red and black pieces scattered across the board, as if the game had been interrupted. A half-written letter lay beside it, the ink faded, the handwriting elegant but shaky. I picked it up and read, my heart sinking with each word. "The winter has been harsh. My dearest Martha," it read. "The supplies are dwindling and little Sarah is getting weaker. But we are strong. We will endure. We are together." The letter ended abruptly, unsigned. A chill deeper than the winter air settled in my bones. This wasn't just an abandoned cabin. This was a time capsule of tragedy. As the night wore on, the storm raged outside, and the cabin grew colder, despite the fire. And then the noises started. A faint giggle from the corner of the room. The creak of a floorboard when no one was there. The rustle of unseen fabric. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, the old house settling, but I knew better. Then came the whispers. Faint, indistinct murmurs, like voices carried on the wind. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone, it was mournful, filled with a deep, abiding sadness. I huddled closer to the fire, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to leave, to run back out into the storm, but the thought of facing the blizzard again was just as terrifying as staying. Then, I saw her. A little girl, standing in the shadows near the bookshelf. She couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, with long, dark hair and pale, almost translucent skin. She was wearing a faded blue dress, and her eyes were wide and dark, filled with an unspeakable sorrow. I stared, frozen in place, unable to speak, unable to move. She just stood there, watching me, her gaze unwavering. Then, a woman's voice, soft and filled with despair, whispered in my ear, "He's coming." I whirled around, but there was no one there. The little girl was gone too. Panic seized me then, raw and primal. I had to get out of there. I scrambled to my feet, knocking over my chair with a crash. As I did, I saw him. A figure standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the swirling snow. Tall and broad-shouldered, with an axe in his hand. The axe head glinted in the firelight, reflecting the flames in a way that made my blood run cold. He stepped inside, his boots heavy on the wooden floor. His face was obscured by the shadows, but I could feel his gaze on me, cold and menacing. "This is our home," a man's voice boomed, deep and resonant, filled with a chilling rage. I backed away, stumbling over the scattered checkers pieces. The little girl reappeared beside the fireplace, and now I saw the woman too, standing beside her, her form shimmering and indistinct, like a heat haze. They were all looking at me, their eyes burning with a mixture of sorrow and anger. The man with the axe advanced, each step slow and deliberate. I was trapped. "We were happy here," the woman whispered, her voice laced with pain. "Until you came." "Leave," the little girl said, her voice surprisingly strong. "Leave us in peace." The man raised the axe. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Then, a sound cut through the silence. The roar of an engine. Headlights flashed through the window, illuminating the cabin. The man with the axe froze, his grip on the weapon loosening. The woman and the little girl turned towards the light, their forms flickering. A snowplow, its yellow lights cutting through the blizzard, was clearing the driveway. The driver, seeing my rig and the cabin lights, had stopped to check on me. The man with the axe let out a roar, a sound of pure, unadulterated fury, and swung the axe. But instead of striking me, it passed right through me, as if I wasn't even there. He swung again and again, his rage growing with each failed attempt. The woman and the little girl were fading now, their forms becoming more and more transparent. The snowplow driver, a burly man with a concerned look on his face, cautiously approached the cabin, a tire iron in his hand. He saw me, standing there, pale and trembling, but he didn't see the ghostly figures. As the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds, painting the snow-covered landscape in hues of pink and orange, the man with the axe, the woman, and the little girl vanished completely, leaving me alone in the silent cabin. I left with the snowplow driver, never looking back. I don't know what happened to that family, but I know they were murdered in that cabin, their lives brutally cut short. And their spirits, trapped between worlds, were forced to relive their final moments, their anger and sorrow echoing through the empty rooms. I still drive a truck, but I avoid back roads now, especially in winter, and I never, ever stop at abandoned cabins. Because I know what can be waiting inside. Not just the cold and the silence, but the echoes of a tragedy, the ghosts of a past that refuses to stay buried, and the chilling reminder that some doors are best left unopened, some mysteries best left unsolved. Some places are not meant for the living. They belong to the dead. Story 5, The Witness. The forest was dark, silent, and still. Too still. Even the usual night sounds of the woods, the chirping of crickets, the hooting of owls were absent. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, and I was holding mine. I was on a long haul, somewhere in the backwoods of Oregon, taking a shortcut on a logging road to make up some time. My rig, Old Bess, was rumbling along, her headlights cutting twin swaths through the inky blackness. I should have stuck to the main highway. I knew it, but that shortcut was calling me, promising to shave hours off my trip. Then, nature called. I pulled Bess over to the side of the road, the engine sighing as I cut it. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the night. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. I walked a few yards into the trees, the beam of my flashlight dancing over the rough ground. That's when I heard it. A muffled cry, followed by a sickening thud. My blood ran cold. I froze listening. Silence. Then another thud, and the sound of something heavy being dragged through the undergrowth. Curiosity, or maybe some morbid fascination, pulled me forward. I crept through the trees, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, my heart hammering against my ribs. I came to a small clearing, and that's when I saw it. A man, tall and broad-shouldered, was standing over a figure lying on the ground. He was holding a shovel, its blade stained dark in the moonlight. He raised the shovel again and brought it down with brutal force. I gasped, a choked sound that seemed deafening in the silent woods. The man froze. He slowly turned his head, his face illuminated by the beam of my flashlight. His eyes, cold and dark, met mine, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was a predator's smile, a smile that promised pain and death. I knew then that I had made a terrible mistake. I had stumbled upon something I wasn't meant to see. And now, I was going to pay the price. I dropped my flashlight and ran. I scrambled back through the trees, branches whipping at my face, roots tripping me up. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps pounding on the forest floor. He was faster than I was, stronger, and he knew these woods. I burst out of the trees and back onto the logging road. Bess was there, a dark silhouette against the night sky. My only hope. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the right one in the lock. I threw open the door and scrambled inside, slamming it shut behind me. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine coughed, sputtered, but refused to catch. "Come on, Bess," I pleaded, my voice a ragged whisper. "Come on, girl, start." I tried again, and again. Each time, the engine would cough, then die. I looked up. He was standing there on the edge of the trees, his figure barely visible in the darkness. He was just watching me, that chilling smile still on his face. He was toying with me. Finally, with a roar, the engine caught. I threw Bess into gear and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun on the loose gravel, then caught, and I shot forward, fishtailing wildly. I glanced in the rearview mirror. He was running after me, his long legs eating up the ground. He was gaining. The logging road was narrow and winding, full of potholes and sharp turns. I pushed Bess to her limit, the engine screaming in protest, the tires squealing on every curve. But he was still there, a dark figure in my mirror, relentless, unstoppable. Then, I saw it. A fork in the road. One path continued straight, the other branched off to the right, disappearing into the trees. A gamble. But I had no choice. I took the right fork, the tires losing their grip on the loose gravel, Bess sliding sideways for a terrifying moment before regaining traction. The new path was even rougher than the last, barely more than a deer trail. Bess bounced and bucked, threatening to throw me from my seat. But I held on, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I glanced in the mirror. He was still there. How was that possible? How could he keep up? The trail started to climb, winding its way up a steep hill. Bess was struggling now, her engine laboring under the strain. I could hear him behind me, his heavy breathing, the pounding of his footsteps. He was getting closer. Then, at the crest of the hill, the trail ended. A sheer drop fell away before me, a dark abyss swallowed by the night. I slammed on the brakes, Bess skidding to a halt just inches from the edge. I was trapped. I looked back. He was there, emerging from the trees, his chest heaving, his eyes burning with a cold, predatory light. That same chilling smile was on his face. He started to walk towards me, slowly, deliberately. He knew he had me. "Please," I whispered, my voice hoarse with fear. "Don't." He didn't answer. He just kept coming. He was toying with me like a cat with a mouse. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, dark object. He then held it up for me to see. It was my flashlight, the one I had dropped in the clearing. He clicked it on, the beam illuminating his face for a split second. A face I would never forget. The face of a monster. He then pointed the flashlight towards the steep hill I had driven up, and beyond. There it was, my escape. The main road, which the shortcut rejoined after the hill. I was so close. He clicked the flashlight off and charged at me. But this time, I was ready. As he lunged, I threw the gear shift into reverse and floored it. Bess shot backward, the rear bumper connecting with his legs with a sickening crunch. He let out a yell of pain and fell to the ground. I didn't hesitate. I shifted back into drive and gunned it, driving straight towards the edge. It was now or never. Just as Bess's front wheels left the ground, I yanked the emergency brake. The rear wheels locked, and Bess spun around, pivoting on the edge of the precipice. I was now facing back up the trail, inches from going over the edge, facing my attacker once more. He was getting up, clutching his leg, his face contorted with pain and rage. But there was something else in his eyes now. Fear. I revved the engine, and Bess roared like a metal beast. I released the brake. He tried to scramble out of the way, but he was too slow. Bess slammed into him, sending him flying backward, over the edge of the cliff. I watched as he fell, his body disappearing into the darkness below. I listened for the sound of impact, but heard nothing. The abyss had swallowed him whole. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking on the wheel. My body drenched in sweat. I had survived. But at what cost? I eventually made it back to the main road, and then to the nearest town. I told the police what happened, but they found no body. No sign of a struggle, only my tire tracks leading down that treacherous path. They thought I was crazy, or maybe just suffering from shock. I almost started to believe them. But I know what I saw. I know what I did. And I know that somewhere out there, in the dark heart of the woods, something evil is waiting. Story 6. The Doppelganger. The highway at night is a strange beast. It stretches out before you, a ribbon of black asphalt unwinding into the darkness, illuminated only by your headlights and the occasional passing vehicle. It's a lonely place, a liminal space between destinations where the normal rules of the world seem to blur. And sometimes, out there in the dead of night, things happen. Things you can't explain. Things that shouldn't be possible. I've been driving this route, a long haul between Chicago and Denver, for 10 years now. I know every curve, every bump, every grazy spoon along the way. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw that night. Nothing could have prepared me for him. It was a Tuesday, or maybe a Wednesday. Doesn't really matter. What matters is that it was around 3 a.m., that dead zone when your eyelids are heavy and the road seems to stretch on forever. I was somewhere in Nebraska, the landscape flat and featureless. The only sound the steady rumble of my rig, Old Bess, and the crackle of the CB radio. That's when I saw the headlights in my side mirror. Another truck, approaching fast. He must have been pushing 90, maybe more. As he got closer, I noticed something odd. The truck was the same make and model as mine. A Kenworth 1900, same color, same chrome accents. Even the damn mud flaps were the same. Weird. I muttered to myself, taking another swig of lukewarm coffee. The truck pulled alongside me, and for a moment, we were neck and neck. Two identical metal beasts roaring through the night. And then I saw him. The driver. My blood turned to ice. It was me. Not just someone who looked like me. It was me. Same tired eyes. Same 5 o'clock shadow. Same trucker hat perched on his head. Even the damn coffee stain on his shirt was in the same place. It was like looking in a mirror. A mirror that somehow reflected a darker, more twisted version of myself. He saw me too. Our eyes met. And in that instant, I saw something in his gaze that chilled me to the core. It wasn't just recognition. It was something else. Something cold, calculating, hungry. He grinned then, a wide, unsettling grin that didn't reach his eyes. And then he started to swerve. Towards me. Instinct took over. I yanked the wheel, pulling Bess hard to the right, narrowly avoiding a collision. His truck roared past, inches from my own, the driver my double laughing. A harsh, guttural sound that echoed in the night. I watched in my side mirror as his taillights disappeared into the darkness. My heart was hammering against my ribs, my hands slick with sweat. What the hell had just happened? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a guy who looked a lot like me, driving the same kind of truck. A coincidence. A bizarre, unsettling coincidence. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I pushed it out of my mind, focusing on the road ahead. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Terribly wrong. A few miles down the road, I saw a sign for a truck stop. Last chance gas for 100 miles. I decided to pull in, get some coffee, maybe talk to another driver, try to shake off the encounter. The truck stop was almost deserted. A couple of rigs were parked in the back, their drivers presumably asleep. I parked Bess, grabbed my thermos, and headed inside. The diner was empty except for a bored-looking waitress wiping down the counter. I ordered a coffee, black, and sat down at a booth, trying to calm my racing heart. As I sipped my coffee, I noticed a figure out of the corner of my eye, standing outside by the gas pumps. It was him. My double. He was just standing there, staring at me through the window. That same unsettling grin on his face. I quickly looked away, my stomach twisting into knots. I tried to ignore him, but I could feel his gaze on me, burning into my skin. I paid for my coffee and hurried back to Bess, my heart pounding in my chest. As I climbed back into the cab, I saw him again. He was walking towards my truck, his movements slow, deliberate. He was carrying something in his hand. Something long and metallic, a tire iron. Panic seized me. I fumbled with the keys, jamming them into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I threw Bess into gear and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing. I didn't look back. I just drove. I drove for hours, not stopping, not slowing down. I kept seeing him in my rearview mirror. That other truck, always a few miles behind, always gaining. As the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, I saw a sign for a small town. Hope flickered in my chest. Maybe I could find help there. A police station, maybe. I took the exit, my hands shaking on the wheel. As I drove through the town, I saw him again. He was parked on the side of the road. In my truck. My truck. He had somehow switched rigs with me while I was fleeing. He stepped out of the truck, my truck, and started walking towards me. He was wearing my clothes now. My jacket. My boots. He even had my wedding ring on his finger. He was stealing my life, piece by piece. I drove to the center of town, to the town square. In the middle of the square was a large, old oak tree. I had a plan. A desperate, insane plan. I stopped Bess in front of the tree and got out. He was there, walking towards me, that tire iron still in his hand. He was close now. Close enough for me to see the details of his face. My face. He raised the tire iron, ready to strike. "You can't have it," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "You can't have my life." And then, I did the only thing I could think of. I charged at him, tackling him to the ground. We wrestled, a grotesque parody of a brotherly fight. I could feel the cold steel of the tire iron against my skin. I managed to grab his wrist and, with a surge of adrenaline, I twisted his arm, forcing him to drop the weapon. I then grabbed the tire iron and, with all my might, I swung it. Again. And again. Each blow fueled by a primal rage, a desperate need to survive. Finally, he stopped moving. He lay there on the ground, his eyes, my eyes, staring up at the sky, blank and lifeless. The reflection of the sky in his eyes made him look more peaceful than I had ever seen him. I stood there, panting, the tire iron heavy in my hand. The rising sun cast a long, distorted shadow behind me, a shadow that looked disturbingly like him. I stumbled back to Bess, my legs heavy, my mind numb. I got in and drove. I didn't stop driving until I reached Denver. I abandoned Bess at a truck stop outside the city. I left everything behind. My rig, my job, my life. I disappeared. I'm still out there, somewhere. Living under a different name. Driving different roads. But I still see him. In my dreams. In the faces of strangers. In my own reflection. And I wonder, did I really kill him? Or did I just kill a part of myself? Story 7. The Glitch. Out here on the asphalt veins of America, you rely on your tools. Your rig, your CB, and your GPS. They're your lifelines, your connection to the world. Your guide through the endless miles. But what happens when one of those tools turns on you? What happens when it leads you astray, not to your destination, but to somewhere else? I was on a run from Vegas to Salt Lake City, a road I'd driven 100 times. Night had fallen, the desert a vast, inky blackness stretching out on either side of my headlights. Just me, old Bess. My trusty Kenworth, and the soothing voice of Brenda, my GPS. We had a good thing going, Brenda and I. She'd never steered me wrong. Until that night. It started with a slight discrepancy. Brenda told me to take an exit that didn't look familiar. Recalculating. She chirped, her tone a little too cheerful, a little too off. I chalked it up to a map update I hadn't downloaded. No big deal. But then it happened again. And again. Each time, Brenda's directions took me further and further off the main highway, onto smaller and smaller roads, deeper and deeper into the desolate landscape. Turn right onto County Road 48, she'd say, but there was no County Road 48. Just a dirt track disappearing into the darkness. In 500 feet. Turn left onto Willow Creek Lane. Willow Creek Lane. There wasn't a willow or a creek for 100 miles. Just scrub brush and the occasional, gnarled Joshua tree. Their silhouettes like twisted figures against the night sky. My unease grew with each passing mile. The roads, if you could call them that, were barely more than trails, rutted and overgrown. Bess was taking a beating, and so was my sanity. The landscape, too, was changing. It was subtle at first, but the familiar desert scenery was giving way to something else. The vegetation was wrong. Plants I'd never seen before, with fleshy, pulsating leaves and thorns that glinted in my headlights. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying, sweet scent that made my stomach churn. And the silence. It wasn't just the absence of sound, but a presence. A suffocating, watchful silence that pressed in on me from all sides. I tried to override Brenda, to manually enter my destination. But the GPS screen was frozen, displaying only her increasingly bizarre directions. I tried turning it off, but it wouldn't respond. It was like she had taken control of the system, of my truck, of me. "Where are you taking me, Brenda?" I muttered, my voice trembling slightly. "You are on the fastest route," she replied, her tone flat, devoid of any emotion. But I could have sworn I detected a hint of something else beneath the surface. Amusement, maybe. Or something darker. As the night wore on, the landscape grew increasingly bizarre. The terrain became more and more like an uncanny valley. It was as if the world around me was a poorly rendered simulation, full of glitches and inconsistencies. Trees repeated in patterns, like a copied and pasted texture. Rocks seemed to defy gravity, hovering a few inches above the ground. The sky was a flat, featureless gray, with no moon, no stars, just an unsettling, uniform glow. And then there were the structures. Buildings, or what looked like buildings, scattered throughout the landscape. They were all identical, square, windowless structures made of a smooth, gray material that seemed to absorb the light. They looked like houses, but wrong. Like a child's drawing of a house, devoid of any detail or personality. They were unsettling, to say the least. I saw movement near one of the structures. Shapes, humanoid but distorted, flitting in and out of the shadows. They were too tall, too thin, their limbs elongated, and out of proportion. They moved with an unnatural, jerky grace, like puppets on strings. I didn't slow down. I didn't dare. "Turn left," Brenda said, her voice now a distorted, electronic rasp. I looked up. The road ahead, if you could call it that, led directly towards one of those unsettling, windowless structures. There was no way through. It was a dead end. "Brenda, there's no road there," I said, my voice a panicked whisper. "Turn left," she repeated, louder this time, the distortion more pronounced. A digital screech. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles white. I wasn't going to do it. I wasn't going to follow her any further. I slammed on the brakes, best skidding on the loose gravel, coming to a halt just feet from the structure. The shapes, those distorted figures, were emerging from the shadows now, surrounding my truck. Their movements were faster now, more aggressive. "Turn left," Brenda screamed, her voice a deafening electronic shriek. The GPS screen was flashing, the map replaced by a single, pulsing red dot. My location. I threw the gear shift into reverse and floored it. Bess roared, tires spitting gravel. And I sped back the way I had come, the shapes pursuing me, their distorted limbs flailing. I drove like a madman, not caring about the terrain, about Bess, about anything but escape. I had to get out of there, away from that place, away from those things, away from her. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I burst through a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like a soap bubble, and found myself back on the highway. The real highway. The familiar highway. The GPS screen flickered, then returned to normal, displaying the familiar map. My route to Salt Lake City clearly marked. "Recalculating," Brenda said, her voice back to its usual, soothing tone, as if nothing had happened. I pulled over, my body shaking, my mind reeling. I looked back the way I had come, but there was nothing there. Just the empty desert, bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. I made it to Salt Lake City. Delivered my load. But I never used that GPS again. I threw it in a dumpster somewhere outside of Provo. And I never, ever took a shortcut again. Story 8. The Roadkill. You see a lot of things on the road. A lot of sad things, especially out here in the stretches of the American West. Roadkill is just a part of the job, unfortunately. Deer, raccoons, coyotes, you name it. You try not to think about it too much. You just keep on driving. But sometimes, you hit something that you can't just forget. Something that sticks with you. Something that makes you question everything you thought you knew about the world. It was a cold night in Montana, somewhere north of Helena. I was hauling a load of lumber to Billings, making good time on Highway 15. The road was empty, the landscape a blur of dark shapes under a sky full of cold, distant stars. Just me, old Bess, my trusty Freightliner, and the endless ribbon of asphalt. Then, out of nowhere, it appeared. A shape, low to the ground, darting out from the side of the road. I saw it for a split second in my headlights. A flash of dark fur, or maybe scales, I couldn't be sure. Then, thump. I hit it. Not hard, but enough to feel the sickening jolt through the chassis of my rig. I cursed, my heart sinking. I hated hitting animals. It always left me feeling hollow and guilty. I pulled Bess over to the shoulder, the air brakes hissing, and grabbed my flashlight. I had to check on it. Maybe it was still alive. Maybe I could help it. I walked back along the road, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness, searching the shoulder. Then I saw it. It was lying in a ditch, a few yards off the road. It was big, about the size of a large dog, but it wasn't a dog, or any animal I'd ever seen. Its body was covered in what looked like thick, black fur, but as I got closer, I realized it wasn't fur at all. It was more like quills. Sharp, glistening quills that seemed to absorb the light. Its legs were short and thick, ending in wicked-looking claws. But it was the head that truly disturbed me. It was elongated, almost reptilian, with a snout full of sharp, needle-like teeth. And the eyes, they were large, black, and completely devoid of any reflection, like two bottomless pits staring into my soul. It was still alive. I could see its chest rising and falling, shallow, ragged breaths. But it wasn't moving. As I stood there, staring at this impossible creature, a wave of nausea washed over me. This thing wasn't natural. It wasn't from around here. It wasn't from anywhere I knew. Then, it moved. Its head lifted, slowly, painfully, and those black, bottomless eyes fixed on me. A low growl rumbled in its chest, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I took a step back, my hand instinctively reaching for the tire iron I kept in the cab. I didn't know what this thing was, but I knew it wasn't friendly. Suddenly, it lunged. It moved with an unnatural speed, a blur of black quills and flashing teeth. I barely had time to react. I stumbled backward, falling to the ground, my flashlight clattering away into the darkness. The creature was on me, its weight pressing me down, its faded breath hot on my face. Those needle-like teeth snapped inches from my throat. I could smell it now, a full, sulfurous odor that made my eyes water. It was like burnt rubber mixed with something else, something deeply, fundamentally wrong. I struggled, pushing against its chest, trying to get it off me. But it was too strong. I could feel its claws digging into my arms, drawing blood. Then, I saw my flashlight lying a few feet away, its beam illuminating a patch of gravel. An idea, desperate and dangerous, sparked in my mind. With a surge of adrenaline, I bucked my hips, throwing the creature off balance for a split second. It was enough. I scrambled towards the flashlight, grabbed it, and rolled onto my back, just as the creature lunged again. I raised the flashlight and, with all my might, I brought it down on the creature's head. The impact was sickening. A crunch of bone and a hiss of pain. The creature recoiled, its black eyes widening in surprise, or maybe agony. It let out a screech, a high-pitched, otherworldly sound that echoed through the silent night. I didn't hesitate. I hit it again, and again. Each blow fueled by a primal fear, a desperate will to survive. Finally, it stopped moving. Its body went limp, its head lolling to one side. Those black eyes, still open, stared up at the stars, reflecting nothing. I lay there, panting, my body covered in sweat and blood. The heavy flashlight still clutched in my hand. I had killed it. I had killed something that shouldn't even exist. I should have felt relief, but all I felt was a deep, unsettling dread. I staggered back to Bess, my legs trembling. I didn't report it. What would I say? I hit a monster with my truck. They'd lock me up. I just drove. I drove all night, the image of that creature. Its black eyes and needle teeth burned into my memory. I finished my run and then took a week off. I needed the time to try and forget. But I couldn't forget. And I started to notice things. Strange things. My rig Bess, she started acting up. Electrical problems mostly. Lights flickering, the radio cutting out, the GPS going haywire. And then there was the smell. That same foul, sulfurous odor I had smelled on the creature. It lingered in the cab, faint but persistent, a constant reminder of that night. Then, one evening I heard a low growl from outside my home. I looked out the window, and by my garbage bins I saw a creature. It looked just like the one I had killed, but smaller. It sniffed around the bins for a while, then looked up at me, directly into my eyes. It let out another one of those otherworldly screeches, then ran off. I knew then that I was in trouble. They knew where I lived. I knew that me killing the one on the road was just the beginning. I went back on the road the next day. I had to face them. I had to finish this. I drove back to that same stretch of highway, to the place where it happened. I had a plan. When night fell, I pulled over to the same spot and waited. It wasn't long before I saw one of the creatures. It emerged from the darkness and approached my truck. Then, another appeared, and another. They were smaller than the first one I had encountered, but there were more of them. Many more. They were surrounding my truck, growling and screeching. I took a deep breath and put my plan into action. I had placed a speaker on the hood of my truck, connected to my phone. I pressed play. A loud, deafening sound filled the air. It was a recording of the creature's screech, the one I had killed, amplified 100 times. The effect was immediate. The creatures around my truck froze, their heads snapping up, their black eyes wide. They looked at each other, confused, then let out whimpers of pain and fear. They turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness. It was working. This was their distress call. But then, a new sound emerged from the trees. A deeper growl, a more powerful screech. The ground trembled. The trees shook. And out of the darkness came a creature unlike any I had seen before. It was massive, twice the size of the first one I encountered. Its quills longer, its teeth sharper, its eyes burning with a malevolent intelligence. This was their leader. It stalked towards my truck, its gaze fixed on me, its every step radiating power and menace. It was then I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I had underestimated them. I had angered them. And now, I was going to pay the price. This was their alpha, and it was here for revenge. The creature roared, a sound that shook me to my core, and charged. I knew then that this was it. This was the end. The end of the road. Story 9, the town. The desert holds secrets. Out here, under the vast, indifferent sky, towns spring up and disappear like mirages. Boom and bust, feast and famine. One day you're a thriving hub, the next you're a ghost town, swallowed by the sands of time. But sometimes, the ghosts are more than just memories. Sometimes, they're real. I was on a run through New Mexico, heading east on a back road, trying to make up some time. The sun was setting, painting the sky in fiery hues of orange and red. That's when I saw the sign, half hidden by overgrown bushes. Harmony Gulch, 1 mile. I'd never heard of it, but a town meant a diner, and a diner meant hot coffee and maybe a slice of pie. I took the turnoff, a dusty, unpaved road that wound its way through a maze of canyons and messes. The further I drove, the more uneasy I felt. The landscape was eerily silent. No birdsong, no wind rustling through the trees. Just a heavy, oppressive stillness. Then, I rounded a bend, and there it was. Harmony Gulch. It looked like a town ripped straight out of an old Western movie. A main street lined with wooden buildings, a saloon with swinging doors, a general store, a blacksmith shop, even a little church with a steeple. But it was all wrong. The buildings were dilapidated, their paint peeling, their windows dark and empty. The town was completely deserted. No cars, no people, no signs of life. Just an unsettling silence that pressed in on me like a physical weight. I pulled my rig Old Bess to a stop in front of the saloon. The Harmony Gulch Hotel and Saloon, the faded sign proclaimed. I cut the engine, and the silence deepened, becoming almost unbearable. Against my better judgment, I got out. The air was cold, surprisingly so for a desert evening. A shiver ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the temperature. I walked towards the saloon, my boots crunching on the dusty ground. The swinging doors creaked in a non-existent breeze. I pushed them open and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, the only light filtering in through the grimy windows. Dust motes danced in the faint beams. It was like stepping into a time capsule. Tables and chairs were scattered around the room, covered in a thick layer of dust. A long, mahogany bar ran along one wall. Bottles of liquor still lined up behind it, their contents long since evaporated. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the silence. No answer. I walked further inside, drawn by an unseen force. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the clinking of glasses, the murmur of conversations, the tinkling of a piano. But it was all in my head. Or was it? Then I saw her. A woman. Standing by the bar. She was dressed in a long, flowing gown, the style popular 100 years ago. Her back was to me, her long, dark hair cascading down her shoulders. "Excuse me," I said, my voice a little shaky. "Is this place open?" She didn't answer, didn't move. I took another step closer. "Mom." Slowly, she turned around. Her face was pale, almost translucent. Her eyes were hollow, empty sockets that seemed to stare right through me. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from her form. I stumbled backward, my breath catching in my throat. This wasn't a living person. This was something else. Then she spoke. Her voice was a whisper, a faint sigh that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "We're always open," she said, "for those who know where to look." Before I could respond, the saloon doors creaked open again. I turned to see a group of figures standing in the doorway. Men in dusty cowboy hats and worn-out boots, women in bonnets and long dresses, children clutching tattered dolls. All of them with the same pale, translucent skin, the same hollow, empty eyes. The entire town was there, filling the saloon, their ghostly forms shimmering in the dim light. They were all staring at me, waiting. A man, tall and gaunt, with a sheriff's badge pinned to his vest, stepped forward. "You're new here," he said, his voice a dry, rustling whisper. "Welcome to Harmony Gulch. We've been expecting you," another voice added, this one from a woman holding a baby. The baby, too, was a ghost, its tiny form barely visible in the dim light. Terror, raw and primal, gripped me. I backed away, bumping into a table, sending a glass crashing to the floor. The sound seemed to shatter the silence, and the ghostly figures turned their heads, their hollow eyes fixated on me. "We need you," the sheriff said, taking another step closer. "Stay with us." A child's voice whispered, sending chills down my spine. I turned and ran. I ran out of the saloon, out of the town, not stopping until I reached Bess. I threw open the door, scrambled inside, and slammed it shut. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound in the terrifying silence. I threw Bess into gear and sped away, not daring to look back. But as I drove, I saw them. In my rearview mirror, the ghostly figures standing in the middle of the road, watching me go. They were getting closer, their forms flickering, their speed unnatural. They were gaining on me. I pushed Bess harder, the engine screaming in protest. The speedometer needle climbing higher and higher. But it wasn't enough. They were still there, right behind me, their hollow eyes burning into my soul. They started to surround my truck, banging on the sides, the roof. Then, I saw it. A figure standing in the middle of the road, directly in my path. The woman from the saloon, her arms outstretched, her hollow eyes fixed on me. I swerved, but it was too late. I felt a jolt, a sickening thud, and then nothing. Silence. I opened my eyes. I was still in Bess, but the engine was off. I was parked in front of the saloon again. The town was just as I had left it. Silent. Empty. Except it wasn't empty. The ghostly figures were all around my truck, their faces pressed against the glass, their hollow eyes staring in at me. They were inside the truck too, filling the cab, their cold, ethereal forms pressing against me. The woman from the saloon was sitting in the passenger seat, her pale hand reaching out to touch my face. "You can't leave," she whispered, her voice a chilling caress. "You belong here now." The sheriff was behind the wheel now, his skeletal hand gripping the steering wheel. He started the engine. "Time for a ride," he said, a grim smile on his face. A long ride. And as Bess started to move, driven by a ghost, with me trapped inside, surrounded by the spectral inhabitants of Harmony Gulch, I knew there was no escape. I was theirs now. Another lost soul added to their collection, doomed to spend eternity in a town that no longer existed. A town that was nothing more than a fading memory, a chilling echo in the vast emptiness of the desert. My own personal hell, playing out on repeat, forever. They had been waiting for someone like me, someone to tell their story, someone to be their voice, and now I was trapped, forced to be their audience forever. The trucker who took a wrong turn and found himself in a town of ghosts, a town called Harmony Gulch, a name that now tasted like ash in my mouth. And out there, on the endless highway, someone else might stumble upon that same hidden road, hear that same ghostly whisper, and find themselves in the same terrifying predicament. The cycle continues. The road never ends, and the ghosts are always waiting. Story 10, The Museum. The road can be a hypnotic thing. Mile after mile of asphalt, the white lines blurring into a continuous stream, the landscape a monotonous drone. It's easy to lose track of time, to lose yourself in the rhythm of the road. And sometimes, you make a wrong turn. A wrong turn that leads you somewhere you never expected to be. Somewhere you shouldn't be. I was somewhere in Pennsylvania, heading north on a back road, trying to shave some time off my run. The sun had set hours ago, and the world outside my rig, Old Bess, was nothing but inky blackness. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow tunnel of road ahead. Then, my GPS glitched. 1 minute it was giving me clear directions. The next it was recalculating, the little blue dot that represented my location spinning aimlessly on the screen. "Damn it," I muttered, smacking the dashboard. Before I could figure out what was going on, I saw a sign, barely visible in the gloom. Historical Museum of Abernathy County, next right. Now, I wasn't in the mood for a history lesson, but a museum meant lights, maybe a parking lot, and a chance to get my bearings. I took the turn. The road was narrow and winding, overgrown with trees that formed a dark canopy overhead. The air grew colder, and a thick fog rolled in, reducing visibility to almost zero. I slowed to a crawl, my high beams barely penetrating the swirling mist. Then, I saw it. A large, imposing building looming out of the fog. It was made of dark stone, with tall, narrow windows and a steeply pitched roof. It looked more like a Gothic cathedral than a museum. A single, flickering gas lamp illuminated a wooden sign above the entrance. Abernathy County Historical Museum, preserving our past. The parking lot was empty, which was strange for a museum, even one in the middle of nowhere. But I was tired, disoriented, and frankly, a little creeped out by the fog. I pulled Bess in, cut the engine, and stepped out. The silence was immediate and unsettling. No crickets, no wind, just a heavy, oppressive stillness that seemed to smother all sound. The fog swirled around me, cold and damp, clinging to my skin like a shroud. I walked towards the museum entrance, my boots crunching on the gravel path. The building loomed above me, its dark stone walls seeming to absorb the light from my flashlight. I reached the heavy, wooden doors and pushed them open. The interior was even creepier than the exterior. The air was cold and stale, thick with the smell of dust and decay. My flashlight beam danced across rows of glass display cases, filled with antique tools, clothing, and other artifacts. But what caught my attention were the mannequins. They were everywhere. Dressed in period clothing, posed in various scenes depicting life in Abernathy County throughout the ages. A family gathered around a dinner table. A blacksmith working at his forge. A group of children playing in a schoolyard. But these weren't ordinary mannequins. They were eerily lifelike. Their faces, though made of wax or plaster, seemed to hold a spark of something unsettling. Their eyes, made of glass, followed me as I moved, reflecting the beam of my flashlight in a way that made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, the fog and the silence playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew something was wrong, terribly wrong. As I walked deeper into the museum, the feeling of unease intensified. I started to hear things. Whispers, faint and indistinct, coming from the shadows. The rustle of fabric, as if someone, or something, was moving among the exhibits. Then, I saw one of the mannequins move. It was a subtle movement, a slight turn of the head, a shift in its posture. But I saw it. I know I did. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, my flashlight beam fixed on the figure. It was a woman, dressed in a long, Victorian-era gown. Her eyes, those glassy, unsettling eyes, were locked on mine. I backed away slowly, my breath catching in my throat. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. No answer. Just the silence, the whispers, and the unnerving gaze of the mannequins. Then, another one moved. A man, dressed in a farmer's overalls, his hand slowly lifting, as if reaching for something. Then another, and another. They were all moving now, their movements jerky and unnatural, their limbs creaking like rusty hinges. Their eyes, those lifeless, glassy eyes, were all focused on me. Panic seized me. I turned and ran. I ran through the museum, past the rows of display cases, the mannequins coming to life all around me. They were stepping out of their exhibits, their movements becoming more fluid, more purposeful. They were surrounding me. I could hear their footsteps, the rustle of their clothing, the rasp of their breath. I could smell them, a faint, musty odor, like old clothes and grave dust. I reached the entrance, fumbled with the heavy doors, and burst out into the fog. I didn't stop running. I ran until I reached Bess, threw open the door, and scrambled inside. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine roared to life. I threw the gear shift into reverse and slammed my foot on the accelerator. As I sped away, I looked back. The museum stood silhouetted against the fog, its dark windows like empty eye sockets. And in the doorway I saw them. The mannequins. They were standing there, watching me go, their faces pale and lifeless in the dim light. I didn't stop driving until I reached the next town, miles down the road. I didn't report what I saw. Who would believe me? They'd say I was crazy, that it was just the fog and the fatigue playing tricks on my mind. But I know what I saw. I know those mannequins were more than just wax and plaster. They were possessed, animated by something dark and ancient. The spirits of the dead, trapped within those lifeless forms, forever enacting their roles in a museum of horrors. They were most likely the original townspeople, forced to become the exhibits in their own twisted history. Story 11. The Prey. You learn to be careful about who you pick up on the road. Most folks are just down on their luck, needing a ride to the next town. But sometimes you get a bad feeling. A feeling that something ain't right. and that's when you keep on driving. I should have kept on driving. It was a rainy night in Oregon. The kind of night where the world outside your headlights seems to disappear into a swirling void of gray. I was heading north on Highway 101, the Pacific Coast Highway, a long winding road that hugs the coastline. The scenery is usually breathtaking, but on a night like this, it was just dark and ominous. That's when I saw him, standing on the shoulder, thumb out, a duffel bag at his feet. He was tall and thin, with a gaunt face and eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. He was wearing a worn-out army jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. Now, I usually don't pick up hitchhikers. Too many risks. But there was something about him, a vulnerability, maybe, that made me stop. Besides, it was a miserable night, and he looked like he could use a break. "Where are you heading?" I asked, leaning over to open the passenger door. "North," he said, his voice a low rasp. "As far as you're going." "Climb in," I said. "I'm going all the way to Astoria." He climbed in, throwing his duffel bag in the back. He didn't say anything, just sat there, staring straight ahead. The silence in the cab was thick, heavy, broken only by the rhythmic swish of the wipers and the rumble of the engine. "Name's Mike," I said, trying to break the tension. "Jake," he replied, still not looking at me. We drove in silence for a while. I tried to make small talk, asking him about where he was from, what he did, the usual stuff. But he gave me one-word answers, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. Then, he started asking me questions. "How long you been driving a truck?" he asked. 10 years, I replied. "See a lot of things out here." "You could say that." "Ever see anything bad?" I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. "What do you mean?" "You know," he said, finally turning to look at me. His eyes, I saw now, were a pale, icy blue. "Bad things. Things you can't explain, bah." "Can't say that I have." I lied. I had seen my share of disturbing things, but I wasn't going to share that with this stranger. He smiled then, a thin, humorless smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You will," he said. A chill ran down my spine. This guy was giving me the creeps. I decided to change the subject. "So, what's in the bag?" I asked, nodding towards the duffel bag in the back. He didn't answer. He just kept staring at me, that unsettling smile still on his face. "Just some clothes," he said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't believe him. There was something about the way he said it, the way he hesitated, that made me think he was lying. The rain was getting heavier now, pounding against the windshield. The road was slick and visibility was getting worse. I slowed down, my senses on high alert. I had a bad feeling about this guy. A very bad feeling. Then, I saw it. A flash of metal in his hand. A knife. A long, thin blade that glinted in the dim light of the cab. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just some harmless hitchhiker. This was something else. Something dangerous. He saw me looking at the knife, and his smile widened. "You like it?" he asked, his voice now a soft, menacing purr. "It's sharp. Very sharp." I didn't answer. I just gripped the wheel tighter, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to think. I had to find a way out of this. "I've used it before," he continued, his voice taking on a disturbing, almost nostalgic tone. "Many times. On the road, in the woods, in quiet little towns." He chuckled. "It always ends the same. With them begging, and me smiling. He was a serial killer. And I was trapped in a moving metal box with him, miles from anywhere. You know," he said, leaning closer, his breath hot on my ear. "You remind me of someone. Someone I met a long time ago. He was a trucker, too. Big guy like you. He didn't want to play at first, but I made him play. We had fun." He placed the tip of the blade on my neck. and I felt a small prick as it drew a tiny amount of blood. He was toying with me, enjoying my fear. I knew that if I panicked, I was dead. I had to stay calm. I had to find an opportunity. Then, I saw it. My chance. A sharp curve in the road ahead. A curve I knew well. You ever wonder why they call this stretch of road Dead Man's Curve? I asked, my voice surprisingly steady. He paused, his eyes narrowing. No, he said. Why? Because a lot of people die here, I said. Especially when they're not paying attention. I waited until the last possible second. Then I yanked the wheel hard to the left. The truck swerved violently, throwing him off balance. He stumbled, his grip on the knife loosening. I slammed on the brakes, and the truck fishtailed, skidding across the wet pavement. He was thrown against the dashboard, his head hitting the windshield with a sickening thud. I didn't hesitate. I threw open the door and jumped out, rolling onto the wet asphalt. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I could hear him behind me, cursing, his footsteps pounding on the pavement. He was still coming after me. I ran into the trees, the rain stinging my face, the branches whipping at my clothes. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth, getting closer. I saw a steep embankment ahead, leading down to the ocean. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. I scrambled down the embankment, slipping and sliding on the wet rocks. I could hear the waves crashing below, a deafening roar in the darkness. I reached the bottom, the icy water washing over my feet. I turned to see him standing at the top of the embankment, silhouetted against the stormy sky. He was just standing there, watching me, that same chilling smile on his face. He raised his hand and pointed the knife at me, then slowly drew it across his throat. He then turned and walked away. He was letting me go, for now. I knew he would be back. He knew who I was. He knew what I drove, and he would find me. It was only a matter of time. I was now the prey that had gotten away, and he wouldn't give up that easily. I made my way back to the road, soaked and shivering, and flagged down a passing motorist. I told them what happened, but they just looked at me like I was crazy. They'd probably thought I was just some drunk trucker with an overactive imagination. I eventually made it to Astoria, but I didn't stay long. I sold Bess, changed my name, and disappeared. I haven't driven a truck since that night. I'm still out there, somewhere, always looking over my shoulder, always wondering when he'll find me. Because I know he's out there, too. Driving the highways, searching for his next victim. And maybe, just maybe, he's telling someone my story right now. The story of the one that got away. The one he's still hunting. So, the next time you're on a long, lonely stretch of road, and you see a hitchhiker standing on the shoulder, think twice before you stop. Because you never know who you might be letting into your cab. You never know what darkness might be hiding behind those eyes. And you never know if you'll be the next victim in a game you didn't even know you were playing. A game where the stakes are your life. And the hunter is always watching, always waiting, always smiling. And he never, ever forgets a face. Especially the face of his prey. Story 12, The Warning. The old man sat by the side of the road. A weathered figure amidst the towering pines of the Pacific Northwest. He was a Native American elder, his face etched with the wisdom of 100 winters. His eyes as dark and deep as the forest itself. He held a hand-carved wooden staff, its surface worn smooth by time and use. He was selling trinkets, dream catchers mostly, to passing tourists. But it was his warning that stayed with me, a chilling premonition that I foolishly ignored. I was hauling a load of timber from Oregon to Washington, a route that took me through some of the most remote and rugged country in the United States. It was a beautiful drive, but also a lonely one. Miles of dense forest, winding mountain roads, and the occasional glimpse of a snow-capped peak in the distance. I stopped at a small, roadside stand to stretch my legs and grab a coffee. That's where I met him, the old man. He was sitting on a stool, his trinkets spread out on a blanket before him. He watched me as I approached, his dark eyes seeming to pierce right through me. "You are a driver," he said, his voice raspy with age. It wasn't a question. "That's right," I replied, heading north. "Be careful on these roads," he said, his gaze fixed on the forest. "There are things out there that you do not understand. Things that are best left undisturbed." I chuckled, assuming he was talking about bears or mountain lions. "I've been driving these roads for years, old-timer," I said. "I can handle myself." He shook his head slowly. "It is not the animals I speak of," he said. "It is something else. Something older. Something that dwells in the deep woods, where the trees grow tall and the shadows are long." He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "They call it Sasquatch. Bigfoot. A creature of immense power. A creature of the forest. It does not like to be disturbed, and it does not take kindly to those who trespass on its territory." I scoffed. "Bigfoot. Come on. That's just a myth. A story to scare kids." The old man's eyes narrowed. "The stories are real," he said, his voice firm. "My people have known of this creature for centuries. We have lived alongside it, respecting its power, giving it a wide berth. You would be wise to do the same." He pointed to a narrow, unpaved road that branched off from the highway, disappearing into the dense forest. "That road," he said. "It leads to the heart of its territory. Do not take it. Stay on the main road. And whatever you do, do not stop. Do not get out of your truck." I thanked him for the warning, paid for my coffee, and got back in my rig, Old Bess. As I pulled away, I saw him in my rearview mirror, still sitting there, watching me, his expression unreadable. I tried to dismiss his words as the ramblings of an old man, superstitious folklore. But as I drove deeper into the forest, his warning echoed in my mind. The trees seemed to grow taller, the shadows deeper, the silence more profound. Then I saw the shortcut. A narrow, unpaved road, just like the one the old man had pointed out. It was tempting. It would shave an hour off my trip, maybe more. Against my better judgment, against the awe of the old man, I took it. The road was rough, barely wide enough for my rig. Bess bounced and swayed, her suspension groaning in protest. The trees pressed in on either side, their branches scraping against the roof of the cab. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting the forest in a perpetual twilight. As I drove deeper into the woods, the feeling of unease grew stronger. The silence was unsettling, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves. I felt like I was being watched. Then, I saw it. A footprint. It was huge, far larger than any human foot, imprinted in the soft earth at the side of the road. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but with a wider, flatter sole and toes that were longer and more splayed. My blood ran cold. The old man's warning came flooding back to me. Bigfoot, a creature of immense power, a creature of the forest. I stopped Bess, my heart pounding in my chest. I got out of the cab, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. I examined the footprint more closely. It was fresh, the edges still sharp. Whatever had made it was nearby. Then I heard it. A low growl, rumbling through the trees. It was a sound unlike anything I had ever heard before, deep and guttural, filled with a primal menace. I scrambled back into my truck, slammed the door, and locked it. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking, and started the engine. I threw Bess into reverse and tried to back out, to retrace my steps. But it was too late. A massive figure emerged from the trees, blocking my path. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall, covered in thick, dark fur. Its arms were long and muscular, its legs thick and powerful. Its face was obscured by shadow, but I could see its eyes, 2 glowing red orbs that burned with an infernal light. Bigfoot. It stood there for a moment, staring at me, its massive chest rising and falling with each breath. Then, it let out a roar, a deafening sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the forest. It charged. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, Bess's tires spinning on the loose gravel. The creature was faster, though incredibly fast for its size. It reached my truck in a few strides and slammed into the side, rocking Bess violently. I wrestled with the steering wheel, trying to keep the rig on the road, but the creature was too strong. It pounded on the side of the truck, its massive fists denting the metal, shattering the windows. I knew I couldn't outrun it. Not on this narrow, winding road. I had to fight. I grabbed the shotgun I kept under the seat, a 12-gauge pump action, loaded with buckshot. It was my last resort, my only hope. The creature was now trying to climb onto the hood, its massive weight threatening to overturn the truck. I leaned out the window, aimed the shotgun at its face, and pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening. The creature roared in pain, recoiling from the impact. But it didn't fall. It was still coming. I fired again. And again. Each shot tore into the creature's flesh. But it seemed to have little effect. It was like shooting a tank with a BB gun. The creature was on the hood now, its massive hands ripping at the metal, trying to get to me. Then, with a final, desperate roar, it tore the windshield from its frame. I was exposed, vulnerable. The creature reached in, its massive hand grasping for me, its claws inches from my face. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. It reached in further and grabbed my arm with its other hand. But instead of the searing pain I expected, I felt a strange, tingling sensation. The creature was not attacking. It pulled me out of the truck's cab and onto the hood. The creature held me up, its burning red eyes staring into mine. It then set me down gently on the ground. I was expecting it to kill me, but it just stood there, staring. Then, it did something unexpected. It reached out and touched my face, its touch surprisingly gentle. It then pointed a massive finger towards the forest, towards a barely visible trail leading deeper into the woods. It then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone in the silence of the forest. It had spared me. It had shown me mercy. But why? I understood then. It wasn't protecting its territory from me. I was protecting its territory from something else. Something deeper in the woods. Something it feared. The creature was warning me, just like the old man. But unlike the man, the creature showed me the way. I got back into my battered truck, turned it around, and drove. I didn't stop driving until I reached the highway, the rising sun painting the sky with streaks of gold and crimson. I never saw the creature again, but I never forgot its warning, or the look in its eyes. The forest holds many secrets, ancient and powerful, and sometimes the monsters we fear are not the monsters we should fear. Sometimes they are the guardians, the protectors of a balance we humans cannot comprehend. And sometimes the greatest danger comes not from the creatures in the woods, but from the darkness that lurks within ourselves. The darkness that blinds us to the warnings and leads us down paths we were never meant to tread. The old man was right. Some places are best left undisturbed. Some secrets are best left buried. And some warnings, no matter how strange, should always be heeded. Story 13. The radio. The CB radio is a lifeline out here on the road. It's a way to connect with other drivers, get information about traffic and weather, and sometimes just shoot the breeze to pass the long, lonely miles. But sometimes You hear things on the CB that you can't explain. Things that make you question your sanity. Things that make you wish you'd never turned the damn thing on. I was on a run through Wyoming, heading east on I-80, a desolate stretch of highway that cuts through the heart of the state. It was late, well past midnight, and the road was empty. Just me, old Bess, my trusty Peterbilt, and the endless expanse of darkness. I had the CB on, tuned to channel 19, the usual trucker channel. Mostly it was just static, the occasional chatter from other drivers miles away. Then, I heard it. A voice. It was faint, distorted, like it was coming from a long way off. It wasn't speaking English or any language I recognized. It sounded like chanting. Rhythmic, guttural chanting that sent a shiver down my spine. "Breaker 19, I said, keying the mic. "Did anyone copy that? What was that?" Silence. Then, a burst of static. "Just some skip, driver," a gruff voice replied. "Probably bouncing off the ionosphere from somewhere far away. Happens sometimes." Skip is trucker slang for atmospheric conditions that allow radio signals to travel much farther than usual. It could be an explanation. But this felt different. I tried to put it out of my mind, focusing on the road ahead. But a few minutes later, I heard it again. The chanting. Closer this time, clearer. And now, beneath the chanting, I could hear something else. A low, rhythmic drumming. "Anyone hearing that?" I asked, my voice a little shaky. Silence. No response, just the static. I was starting to get creeped out. This wasn't normal skip. This was something else. The chanting grew louder, the drumming more insistent. It filled the cab of my truck, pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. I reached for the volume knob, turned it down, but the sound didn't diminish. It was like it was coming from inside my head. Then, the voice changed. It started speaking English, or a twisted, distorted version of it. "We see you," it whispered, the voice a rasping, guttural sigh. "We know you." My blood ran cold. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" "You are the chosen one," the voice replied, the words echoing in the cab in my mind. "The one who will open the way." "Open the way to what?" I asked, my heart pounding against my ribs. I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. "To the other side," it whispered. "To the place beyond the veil, where the old ones sleep." And wait. I didn't like the sound of that. Not one bit. I had to get rid of this, whatever it was. I reached for the CB, switched it to a different channel, turned up the volume on the radio. Anything to drown out that voice. But it was no use. The voice was still there, in my head, whispering its cryptic, disturbing message. The chanting and drumming grew louder, more intense. I felt a pressure building inside my skull, a throbbing, insistent pain. My vision blurred. The road ahead seemed to shimmer and distort. Then, I saw them. Figures, standing on the side of the road. Tall, shadowy figures, their forms indistinct in the darkness. They were just standing there, watching me, their presence radiating an aura of ancient, primal power. As I drove past, I saw their eyes. Points of red light, glowing in the darkness, burning into my soul. And I heard the voice again, louder now, clearer, coming from the figures themselves. "You cannot escape," they chanted in unison, their voices a chorus of chilling whispers. "You are the key. You will open the door." I slammed my foot on the accelerator, Bess roaring in protest as I pushed her to her limit. I had to get away from them, from that voice, from whatever dark force was reaching out to me through the radio waves. I drove like a madman, the speedometer needle buried deep in the red. The figures were still there, in my rearview mirror, growing smaller but no less menacing. They seemed to glide along the road, keeping pace with me, their red eyes burning like embers in the darkness. Then I saw it. A sign. Point of interest, historical marker 1 mile. Hope surged through me. A historical marker meant a rest stop. Maybe other people, a chance to escape this nightmare. I took the exit, Bess fishtailing on the off-ramp, and pulled into the rest stop. It was deserted. The only light coming from a flickering fluorescent bulb above a row of vending machines. I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from that voice, from those figures. As soon as I stopped the truck, the chanting ceased. The drumming stopped. The voice was gone. Silence descended, heavy and absolute. But I knew it wasn't over. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking, and tried to call for help. No signal, of course. Then, I heard it. A faint tapping on the window. I turned to see one of the figures standing outside, its shadowy form barely visible in the darkness. Its red eyes glowed with an infernal light. It raised a hand, a long, skeletal hand, and tapped on the glass again. Then, it spoke. Its voice was a chilling whisper, but I could hear it clearly, as if it were inside my head. "You cannot run," it said. "You cannot hide. The way must be opened. And you are the one who will open it." It raised its other hand, and I saw that it was holding something. A small, metallic object. It looked like an old, antique key. It was shaped in a strange, disturbing way, with symbols etched into its surface that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. The figure pressed the key against the glass, and the metal seemed to melt, to flow like liquid, passing through the solid surface as if it were water. The key was now inside the cab, hovering in the air before me, rotating slowly. The figure outside pointed towards the key, then back towards the highway, towards the east, towards whatever lay beyond that veil it spoke of. Then, it did something that made my blood run cold. It reached into a fold of its shadowy form and pulled out a phone. My phone. The one I had tried to use to call for help. It held it up, showing me the cracked screen, then crushed it in its hand. The glass shattering into a million pieces. The message was clear. There would be no help. There would be no escape. I was alone, and I was meant to use that key. I was meant to open the way. The figure outside vanished, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me alone in the cab with the key. The silence, and the chilling certainty that my journey had taken a turn into a nightmare from which there was no return. My hands started to shake uncontrollably as I looked at the key. I knew that if I did what they wanted, if I opened the way, it would mean the end. The end of everything. But what choice did I have? They were relentless, powerful, and they knew where to find me. They would always find me. With trembling hands, I reached out and took the key. It was cold to the touch, and the symbols seemed to writhe and pulse beneath my fingers. As I held it, I felt a strange energy flowing from it, a dark, ancient power that seemed to seep into my very soul. My vision began to blur again, and I felt a presence enter the truck. I looked in the mirror, and I saw one of the creatures in the reflection. It was in the back of my truck, and it was getting closer. I knew what I had to do. I had to open the way. For if I didn't, they would kill me. After torturing me for days, I was certain of it. But if I did open the way, maybe, just maybe, I could find a way to close it again, to undo what I was about to do. I put the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine started, but it sounded different, wrong, like a guttural growl from the depths of hell. I looked in the mirror again, and the creature was gone. I put the truck into drive. I had to open the way. I had to. There was no other choice. The fate of the world, or my own survival. Which would I choose? Which could I choose? The answer was clear. I had to choose myself. I was no hero. I was just a trucker, caught in a nightmare beyond his understanding. And all I wanted was to survive. even if it meant unleashing hell on earth. I would open the way and pray that somehow, some way, I could find a way to close it again before it was too late. For all of us. Story 14. The Passenger. The road has a way of messing with your head. Long hours, endless miles, the constant hum of the engine. It all blends together, creating a hypnotic rhythm that can lull you into a trance. And sometimes, in that trance-like state, you start to see things. Things that aren't really there. Or are they? I was on a run down to New Orleans, hauling a load of Mardi Gras beads, of all things. It was late, the dead of night, and I was somewhere in Mississippi, the air thick with humidity and the scent of pine needles. I'd been driving for about 8 hours straight, fueled by lukewarm coffee and sheer willpower. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow in the passenger seat. But as I glanced over again, I realized it was more than that. It was a figure, a woman. She was pale, almost translucent, with long, dark hair that seemed to blend into the shadows of the cab. She was wearing a simple white dress that shimmered in the dim light. She was just sitting there, staring straight ahead, her hands folded in her lap. I blinked, shook my head, thinking I was just tired, hallucinating. But when I looked again, she was still there. "Hello," I said, my voice a little shaky. She didn't respond. Didn't even acknowledge me. Just kept staring straight ahead, her expression unreadable. I tried to ignore her, focusing on the road. But I could feel her presence beside me, a cold spot in the warm cab. Every now and then, I'd glance over, and she'd still be there, silent and motionless. Then, she started to speak. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, but it cut through the rumble of the engine like a knife. And she was speaking directly to my thoughts, my fears, my insecurities. "You're lonely, aren't you, Michael?" she whispered, using my name, though I'd never told it to her. "All these miles. All this time on the road. It's eating you up inside." I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles white. How did she know my name? How did she know what I was feeling? "You miss your wife," she continued, her voice laced with a strange mixture of sympathy and mockery. "You miss the sound of her laughter, the warmth of her touch. But she doesn't miss you, does she?" "Not anymore. My wife, Sarah, had left me 6 months ago. The long hours on the road, the constant absence, it had taken its toll on our marriage. It was a wound that was still raw, still painful." "Shut up," I muttered, my voice trembling. She ignored me, her whispers continuing to probe the deepest recesses of my mind. "You're afraid, aren't you?" she said. "Afraid of ending up alone. Afraid of dying out here on the road, with no one to mourn you." She was right. I was afraid. Afraid of the loneliness, afraid of the emptiness that stretched out before me, as vast and endless as the highway itself. "You're a failure, Michael," she hissed, her voice now tinged with malice. "A failure as a husband, a failure as a man. You can't even keep your own wife happy. What makes you think you can handle anything else?" Her words were like daggers, piercing my heart, exposing all my doubts and insecurities. I wanted to scream, to tell her to stop, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed, trapped in my own cab with this ghostly tormentor. As the night wore on, her attacks became more personal, more vicious. She dug into my past, dredging up every mistake, every regret, every hidden shame. She knew things about me that no one could possibly know. Things I had buried deep, things I had tried to forget. "Remember that time in high school?" she whispered, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "When you cheated on that test. You thought no one knew, but I saw you. I see everything. Remember your father's disappointment when you dropped out of college?" she continued, her voice dripping with venom. "He saw your potential, but you threw it all away. Just like you throw everything away. I was breaking down, my defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. Tears streamed down my face, mixing with the sweat that beaded on my forehead. I was losing it. Stop it, I pleaded, my voice a choked sob. Please just stop it. She just smiled, that same cruel, knowing smile. Why should I? She whispered. You deserve this. You deserve to suffer. But then, as dawn approached, she changed her tactics. Her voice softened, becoming almost seductive. There's a way out, Michael, she purred. A way to end the pain. Just pull over. Close your eyes. Let go. I glanced at her, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something in her eyes. Not malice, but pity. Or was it something else? Something far more sinister. Just pull over, she repeated, her voice a hypnotic whisper. It will all be over soon. The thought was tempting. To just give up, to let go of the pain, the fear, the loneliness. To just stop. I almost did it, I almost gave in. But then I saw something. A sign on the side of the road. Rest area, 1 mile. A spark of hope ignited within me. A rest area meant people. Other truckers. A chance to break free from this nightmare. I pushed down on the accelerator, ignoring her whispers, her pleas, her threats. I had to make it to the rest area. I had to get away from her. As I pulled into the rest stop, the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the landscape. And as the light touched the cab, she began to fade. Her form flickered, becoming more and more transparent. Her voice grew fainter, her whispers dissolving into the morning air. I stopped the truck, threw open the door, and stumbled out, gasping for breath. I looked back at the passenger seat. She was gone. I stood there for a long time, the morning sun warming my face. The sounds of other truckers arriving filling the air. I was safe, for now. But I was forever changed. I eventually finished my run, delivered the beads, but the encounter haunted me. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still out there, somewhere, waiting for me. Waiting for my next moment of weakness, my next moment of doubt. Now she has taken a new form, my inner voice. I quit driving long haul. I took a local job, anything to stay off those long, lonely stretches of highway where the darkness seems to hold its breath and the ghosts of your past can find you. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed, I hear her voice. A faint whisper carried on the wind. Story 15, The Ritual. Some roads are best left untraveled. Some places are hidden for a reason. And sometimes, curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it damns the soul. I learned that the hard way, on a back road in rural Arkansas. A night I'll never forget. No matter how hard I try. I was running late, pushing hard to make up time on a delivery to Little Rock. I made a bad call, deciding to take a shortcut on some back roads, figuring I could shave an hour off my trip. It was a decision I'd come to regret more than anything else in my life. The road was narrow, winding, and poorly maintained. Barely more than a dirt track in places. The trees grew thick on either side, their branches forming a dense canopy overhead, blocking out the moonlight. The air was heavy, humid, and still. The silence broken only by the drone of my rig, Old Bess, and the chirping of crickets. Then, I saw the light. A faint, flickering glow, deep in the woods. It was an unnatural light. Not the warm yellow of a campfire, but a strange, pulsating red. Curiosity, that age-old enemy of common sense, got the better of me. I pulled Bess over to the side of the road, cut the engine, and grabbed my flashlight. I followed the light, pushing my way through the thick undergrowth, the air growing colder with each step. The silence of the woods deepened. The chirping of crickets replaced by an unnerving stillness. The red glow grew stronger, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own. Then, I came to a clearing, and that's when I saw them. A group of people, maybe 20 or 30, gathered in a circle around a large bonfire. They were wearing robes, dark robes that blended into the shadows. Their faces were painted with strange symbols, glowing faintly in the firelight. In the center of the circle was a raised platform, made of rough-hewn stone. And on that platform was a figure bound and gagged. A sacrifice. They were chanting, a low, guttural chant that seemed to vibrate in the air, in my bones. It was a language I didn't understand, but the meaning was clear. This was a ritual, a dark ritual. As I watched, hidden in the shadows, the chanting grew louder, more frenzied. One of the figures, taller than the others, stepped forward. He was wearing a mask, a grotesque thing carved from wood, with horns and fangs. He raised a long, curved knife, its blade glinting in the firelight. He was the leader, the priest of this unholy congregation. I knew I should leave, that I should get back to my truck and drive away as fast as I could. But I was frozen, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and morbid fascination. I had to see what happened next. The masked figure approached the platform, the knife held high. He stood over the bound figure, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then, he spoke. "We offer this sacrifice," he intoned, his voice amplified by the mask, echoing through the clearing. "To the ones who dwell in the darkness. To the old gods. To the ones who demand blood." He raised the knife higher, and I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and watch someone be murdered. I burst into the clearing, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the scene like a spotlight. "Stop," I yelled, my voice hoarse with fear and adrenaline. "What are you doing?" The chanting stopped abruptly. The figures turned towards me, their painted faces illuminated by the firelight. Their eyes, wide and dark, stared at me with a mixture of surprise and anger. The masked figure turned slowly, his gaze fixed on me. He lowered the knife, but his grip on the hilt remained firm. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice muffled by the mask. "Who dares to interrupt our sacred rite?" "It doesn't matter who I am," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. "This is wrong. You can't do this." A low murmur rippled through the crowd. The figures began to close in, their movements slow, deliberate, like predators stalking their prey. "He has seen too much," one of them said. "He must be silenced," said another. The masked figure raised his hand, and the murmuring stopped. "He is not one of us," he said. "He does not understand. But he will." He turned back to the platform, to the bound figure. "Perhaps," he said, his voice now laced with a chilling amusement. "Two are better than one." He then turned to face me, a sinister smile in his eyes, visible through the mask. "Take him." The figures surged forward, their hands outstretched, their painted faces contorted with rage. I turned and ran. I ran back through the woods, the figures close behind me. I could hear their footsteps, their ragged breathing, their guttural cries. They were faster than I was, stronger, and they knew these woods. I stumbled, falling to my knees, scraping my hands on the rough ground. I scrambled back to my feet and kept running, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I could see the road ahead, a faint glimmer of asphalt through the trees. I was almost there, but then something hit me from behind, knocking me to the ground. I rolled over, my flashlight flying from my hand, its beam illuminating the faces of my attackers. They were on me, their hands grabbing at me, their painted faces leering down at me. I struggled, kicking and punching, but it was no use. There were too many of them. They dragged me back to the clearing, back to the circle of firelight, back to the altar of stone. The masked figure was waiting, the curved knife still in his hand. The other sacrifice was gone. They threw me onto the platform, the cold stone pressing against my skin. I was bound, my hands and feet tied with rough rope. I was their sacrifice now. The masked figure approached me, his eyes burning with a fanatic zeal. He raised the knife, the firelight glinting off its polished blade. "Now you will join us," he said, his voice filled with a dark triumph. "Now you will become one with the old gods." He brought the knife down. I closed my eyes, bracing for the pain, for the end. But instead of the sharp sting of the blade, I heard a different sound. A loud, piercing shriek. It was coming from the masked figure. I opened my eyes. The masked figure was clutching at his chest, his body convulsing. The knife clattered to the stone floor. He staggered backward, his eyes wide with terror. Then, he fell. The other figures, the cultists, they were backing away. Their faces filled with fear. They were looking past me, at something behind me. Slowly, I turned my head. Standing at the edge of the clearing, where I had first emerged, was a figure. It was tall, impossibly tall, and shrouded in shadow. It was humanoid in form, but its limbs were too long, too thin, its body too gaunt. Its head was obscured by the darkness, but I could see its eyes. 2 points of crimson light, burning with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. It was staring right at me. The air grew colder, and the fire in the bonfire seemed to dim, as if the very life was being sucked out of it. The silence of the woods deepened, becoming absolute, suffocating. The figure took a step forward, and then another. It moved with an unnatural grace, its limbs bending at impossible angles. It was coming towards me. The cultists were scattering now, fleeing into the woods, their chants replaced by screams of terror. They knew what this was. They feared it, and they were right to fear it. The figure reached the platform. It stood over me, its shadow falling across my body like a shroud. I could feel its presence, a cold, oppressive weight that seemed to crush the very air from my lungs. It reached down, its long, skeletal fingers brushing against my cheek. I flinched, expecting pain, but there was none. Just a cold, unsettling touch. Then, it spoke. Its voice was a chorus of whispers, a symphony of the damned, echoing from the depths of time. It spoke in a language I didn't understand, but somehow, I knew what it meant. "You are not theirs," it whispered. "You are mine." It leaned down, its face coming into view. It had no features, just a smooth, blank expanse where a face should be. Except for those eyes. Those burning, crimson eyes. Then, it did something that I will never forget. It reached out and touched the ropes that bound me. The ropes didn't break. They didn't unravel. They simply disintegrated. Turned to dust. I was free. The figure straightened up, its gaze sweeping across the empty clearing. Then, it turned and walked back into the woods, disappearing into the shadows as silently as it had come. I lay there on the platform for a long time, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I had been spared, but not by the cult. By something far older, far more powerful, and far more terrifying. I eventually got up, my legs shaky, and stumbled back to my truck. I drove away from that place, not stopping until I reached the interstate, the bright lights, and the traffic a welcome sight. Story 16. The shifting landscape. The road has a rhythm, a heartbeat, the steady thrum of the engine, the hum of the tires on asphalt, the white lines flickering past like frames in a film. You get in tune with it, you become a part of it. But what happens when the rhythm breaks? When the road itself starts to change, to shift, to become something else? I was on a run through Utah, heading south on I-15. It was late afternoon, the sun beginning to dip towards the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert landscape. I'd been driving for about 6 hours, and fatigue was starting to set in. That's probably why I didn't notice it at first. The subtle changes. The first thing I noticed was the exit sign. Exit 22 Harmony Springs. It read. I didn't remember Harmony Springs, and I'd driven this route dozens of times. I checked my GPS. It showed the exit, too. But something was off. The GPS map looked different. Roads I'd never seen before, towns that didn't exist. Must be a new development. I muttered to myself, shrugging it off. But as I drove on, things got stranger. The landscape started to change. Familiar landmarks, a distinctive rock formation, a particular bend in the road, a water tower I always used as a marker, were gone, replaced by other things. A cluster of buildings that looked like they'd been melted and twisted, their walls contorted into impossible angles. A field of what looked like giant obsidian spikes jutting out of the ground. A billboard advertising a product I'd never heard of, with a slogan that made no sense. Taste the silence. Feel the void. The exits, too, were changing. Appearing and disappearing, their numbers and destinations fluctuating like a digital display on the fritz. Exit 22 Harmony Springs became Exit 57. The Obsidian Fields, then Exit 13. The Whispering Void. Each one more unsettling than the last. My unease grew with each passing mile. The highway itself felt wrong. The asphalt seemed to ripple and undulate beneath my tires, like the skin of some vast, slumbering beast. The white lines on the road would occasionally blur, then split, then merge back together, forming strange, almost symbolic patterns. I tried to contact other truckers on the CB, but all I got was static. A thick, impenetrable static that seemed to drown out all other sounds. I was alone. The sun set, plunging the landscape into darkness. But it wasn't a normal darkness. It was a deeper, more profound darkness, as if the very light itself was being absorbed by the world around me. My headlights seemed to struggle, their beams swallowed by the gloom. Then, the road signs started to change. Not just the exit signs, but all of them. The speed limit signs, the warning signs. The informational signs. They were twisting, morphing, the words rearranging themselves into gibberish, then into messages. Messages that seemed to be directed at me. Turn back. One sign read, "You are not welcome here." Read another. "The road knows." Flashed a third. My heart pounded in my chest. Panic began to set in. I had to get off this road. I had to find a way out. But every exit I tried to take vanished as I approached, the road ahead dissolving into that impenetrable darkness. It was like the highway itself was playing a cruel game, toying with me, leading me deeper and deeper into its twisted labyrinth. Then, I saw it. A figure standing on the side of the road. It was tall and gaunt, its features obscured by the shadows. But I could see its eyes. They glowed with an eerie, internal light. As I drove past, the figure raised a hand, a long, skeletal hand, and pointed. Not down the road, but to the side. Towards the distorted, unsettling landscape. Towards the melted buildings and the obsidian spikes. I didn't hesitate. I yanked the wheel, steering Bess off the road, onto the uneven terrain. It was a desperate move, a gamble. But I had to trust that figure. I had to trust something. It was my only hope. The truck bounced and bucked, the suspension screaming in protest. I drove blindly, guided only by the faint glow of the figure's eyes, which I could still see in my rearview mirror, beckoning me onward. Then, the ground beneath me seemed to give way. Bess lurched violently, and I felt a sickening sensation of falling. The truck was tumbling, rolling, crashing through the darkness. I braced myself for impact, but it never came. Instead, there was a strange, disorienting silence. I opened my eyes. Bess was upright, stationary. I was no longer on the shifting landscape. I was in a town square. It looked like a town square from the 1950s. I could hear music playing from somewhere, a cheerful melody that seemed jarringly out of place. I could also make out families walking around, enjoying their day out. Confused, I got out of the truck and looked back the way I came. I could just make out a faint shimmer in the air, like heat rising off asphalt. It was the only indication that something was amiss. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what had just happened, a man approached me. He was dressed in a suit and smiled warmly at me. "Welcome to Harmony Springs," he said, extending a hand. "We're so glad you could make it. Can I get you anything? A refreshment, perhaps?" I stared at him, speechless, my mind struggling to process what was happening. "Where am I?" I finally managed to ask. "Why, you're in Harmony Springs," he repeated, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "The most harmonious place on earth. We have been expecting you." He gestured towards the town square. "Everyone is so excited to finally meet you." I looked around at the people in the square. They had all stopped what they were doing and were now looking at me, smiling. Their smiles seemed too wide, their eyes a little too bright. They were all staring directly at me. "Waiting," the man in the suit chuckled. "Don't be shy," he said. "He don't bite. At least, not yet." He winked. He then grabbed my arm, surprisingly strong for someone so thin, and started to lead me towards the town square, towards the smiling people. "Come now," he said, his voice taking on a slightly sterner tone. "Don't keep our residents waiting. They've been waiting for you for a very long time. And you wouldn't want to make them upset, would you?" I tried to pull away, but his grip was like iron. I looked back towards my truck, towards the shimmering distortion in the air. My only escape. But as I looked, I saw a figure emerge from the shimmer. The tall, gaunt figure with the glowing eyes. It was standing there, watching me, its gaze burning into my soul. It raised a hand, that same skeletal hand, and pointed, not at me, but at the town square, at the smiling people. It then made a small circular motion with its hand, as if to say, "Go on." It then took a step back, and disappeared into the shimmer. I knew then that I had a choice to make. Go back to the shifting highway, to the road that knew, or face whatever awaited me in this strange, unsettling town. The lesser of two evils. I chose the town. Maybe unwisely. The man in the suit pulled me forward, and I stumbled along with him, my heart pounding in my chest. As we entered the town square, the smiling people closed in around me, their eyes fixed on me, their smiles never wavering. The music grew louder, the cheerful melody now sounding distorted and menacing. The man in the suit released my arm, and I was left standing alone in the center of the square, surrounded by the smiling townsfolk. They began to clap, slowly at first, then faster and faster. Their applause echoing around me like thunder. Their smiles grew wider, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. Then, the clapping stopped. The music stopped. The smiling stopped. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any sound. A woman stepped forward from the crowd. She was holding a plate, and on that plate was a large, freshly baked pie. It smelled delicious, like apples and cinnamon. "Welcome to Harmony Springs," she said, her voice soft and sweet. "We made this just for you. A welcoming gift." She offered me the pie. I stared at it, my stomach churning. I knew, with a sickening certainty, that I couldn't trust this town, these people, or this pie. But what choice did I have? I reached out, my hand trembling, and took the pie. The moment my fingers touched it, the townsfolk erupted in cheers, their smiles wider and more menacing than ever. And as I stood there, holding the pie, surrounded by the cheering, smiling, terrifying residents of Harmony Springs, I knew that I had made a terrible mistake. I had taken a wrong turn somewhere. A wrong turn that had led me to a place beyond reality. A place beyond reason. A place beyond hope. And now, I was trapped, a prisoner in a town that didn't exist. A town that was a living nightmare disguised as a pleasant dream. A town that was hungry. And I had a terrible feeling that I knew what was on the menu. Me. Story 17, The Truck Stop Prophecy. They say the road has a way of revealing your destiny. Sometimes, it whispers in the hum of the tires on asphalt. Sometimes it shouts in the roar of the engine. And sometimes, it speaks through the lips of a stranger, in a dimly lit corner of a truck stop diner, under the flickering neon glow of a fortune teller's sign. I was somewhere in Arizona, on a run from LA to Albuquerque, when I pulled into the Starlight Oasis truck stop. It was one of those classic, old-school places, the kind that's slowly disappearing from the American landscape, replaced by sterile, corporate chains. The Starlight Oasis had character, though, and a sign that promised good food, good company, and good fortune. It also had a fortune teller. She was set up in a booth at the back of the diner, behind a velvet curtain with a hand-painted sign that read, Madame Esmeralda, Seer of the Unseen. I'd always been a skeptic when it came to that kind of thing, but something about her setup, the way the light caught the crystal ball on her table, the strange, almost magnetic pull of her gaze as I walked by made me stop. "Come in, driver," she said, her voice a low, raspy whisper. "Your future awaits." Before I knew it, I was sitting opposite her, my hands on the worn table, staring into her eyes. They were a startling shade of green, flecked with gold, and they seemed to hold a depth of knowledge that was both intriguing and unsettling. "You have a long journey ahead of you," she said, her gaze fixed on mine. "I'm a trucker," I replied. "Long journeys are kind of my thing." She smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "This journey is different," she said. "This journey is written in the stars. And in the cards." She gestured to a deck of tarot cards on the table. They were unlike any I'd ever seen. The artwork was dark, disturbing, filled with strange symbols and unsettling imagery. "Tell you what," I said, trying to make light of the situation. "Give me a reading. But make it a good one. I could use some good luck." Her smile vanished. "Luck has nothing to do with it," she said, her voice taking on a serious tone. "Destiny is a river. You can swim with the current or against it, but you cannot change its course." She began to shuffle the cards, her movements slow and deliberate. Then, she laid them out on the table, face down, in a pattern I didn't recognize. She turned over the first card. It depicted a tower, struck by lightning, crumbling into dust. "The tower," she said, "a symbol of upheaval, of sudden and catastrophic change." My stomach tightened. I didn't like the sound of that. She turned over another card, a figure hanging upside down, suspended by one foot. "The Hanged Man," she whispered. "Sacrifice, surrender, letting go." Card after card, she revealed my supposed fate. The Wheel of Fortune, spinning out of control. Death not as an ending, but as a transformation. The Devil, representing temptation and bondage. Each card was more ominous than the last. Each image burned itself into my mind. Finally, she turned over the last card. It was the star, but it was upside down. The star was black, a gaping hole in the fabric of the cosmos. "The star, reversed," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Hope extinguished. Light swallowed by darkness. The end of the journey." She looked up at me, her green eyes piercing my soul. "This is your path, driver," she said. "This is what awaits you." I stared at the cards, at the disturbing images, at the black star. A cold dread washed over me. "What does it mean?" I asked, my voice trembling. "What's going to happen?" She leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "The road will lead you to a place of shadows, a place of ancient power. There you will make a choice. A choice that will determine not only your fate, but the fate of others." She paused, then added, "Beware the raven's call, the serpent's coil, the silent mountain's call. They will guide you to your doom." "But how do I avoid it?" I pleaded. "How do I change my fate?" She shook her head slowly. "The river cannot be diverted," she said, "but it can be navigated. The choices you make will determine whether you reach the sea or are dashed upon the rocks." She then closed her eyes and started mumbling, almost as if she was in pain. She opened them, gave me one last, haunting look, and said, "Now, go. And may the spirits have mercy on your soul." I stumbled out of the booth, out of the diner, my mind reeling. I paid for my meal, got back in my rig, and drove. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to put as much distance as possible between me and the Starlight Oasis, between me and that prophecy. But as I drove, her words echoed in my mind. "Beware the raven's call, the serpent's coil, the silent mountain's call." What did it mean? The first sign came a day later. I was driving through Colorado when I saw a raven perched on a fence post by the side of the road. It was a large bird, its feathers as black as night. As I drove past, it let out a harsh, guttural caw. The raven's call. I dismissed it as a coincidence, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that. The second sign came the next day. I had stopped for the night at a rest area in Utah. As I was walking back to my truck from the restroom, I saw a snake coiled up near the base of a vending machine. A rattlesnake. The serpent's coil. It rattled its tail, a warning, and I quickly retreated. 2 down, 1 to go. The silent mountain's call. But what did it mean? My unease grew with each passing mile. I started seeing things, hearing things. Shadows that moved on their own, whispers in the static of the CB, a feeling of being constantly watched. Then, I reached Nevada, and I saw it, in the distance. Rising from the desert floor was a mountain. It was unlike any mountain I'd ever seen. It was perfectly symmetrical, a conical peak that seemed to pierce the sky. It was also completely silent. No wind, no birds, no sound at all emanated from it. It was as if the mountain itself was absorbing all sound. The silent mountain. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was the place the fortune teller had spoken of, the place where my journey would end. Against my better judgment, against every instinct for self-preservation, I found myself drawn to it. Like a moth to a flame, I couldn't resist its pull. I turned off the highway and headed toward the mountain. It was like the mountain was calling to me, drawing me in. As I approached, I saw a road, a narrow, winding road that led up the side of the mountain. It wasn't on any map, and it wasn't marked with any sign. It simply was. I started to drive up the road. As I climbed, the air grew colder, the silence deeper. The landscape around me became increasingly strange, distorted, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling. Then, I reached the summit. There, on a flat plateau at the top of the mountain, was a structure. It was a circle of standing stones, ancient and weathered, arranged in a pattern that seemed to hum with a strange, unseen energy. In the center of the circle was an altar. As I approached the altar, I saw that there was something on it. A book. It was bound in black leather, and its pages were filled with strange symbols, similar to the ones on the tarot cards. I reached out, my hand trembling, and picked up the book. As I did, the stones around me began to glow with an eerie, red light. The air crackled with energy. The ground started to shake. Then, I heard a voice. It was the fortune teller's voice, but it wasn't coming from the diner. It wasn't coming from the CB. It was inside my head. "You have reached the place of shadows," she whispered. "The place of ancient power. Now you must make your choice." The ground shook again, more violently this time. A fissure opened in the earth before me, a gaping maw that seemed to lead down into the very bowels of the earth. A dark, swirling mist poured out of the fissure, and from within the mist, I could hear whispers chanting, just like on the CB radio that night. "The old ones. Choose," the voice in my head urged. "Embrace the power. Become one with the old ones. Or be destroyed." I looked at the book in my hands, at the fissure before me, at the glowing stones. I had a choice to make. A choice that would determine my fate, and maybe the fate of the world. Embrace the darkness, or be consumed by it. I looked up towards the sky and let out a yell. A yell of defiance, of anger, of fear, but most of all, a yell of determination. I wouldn't let this prophecy, this mountain, this cult control me. I opened the book. The symbols swam before my eyes, and I began to read aloud. The words pouring from my mouth in a language I didn't understand but somehow knew. It was a counter spell. As I read, the chanting from the fissure grew louder, more frantic. The red glow from the stones intensified. The fissure began to widen. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the mist. It was tall and skeletal, with glowing red eyes. It was not of this world. It was an old one. It lunged towards me. I raised the book and continued to read, my voice rising above the chanting, above the creature's shrieks. The symbols in the book glowed with a blinding white light. The creature screamed, a sound of pure agony, as the light enveloped it. It thrashed, its form flickering, then it was gone. The chanting stopped. The fissure began to close. The red glow faded. The ground stilled. I kept reading until the final word echoed across the silent mountain. Then, I closed the book, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I had done it. I had defied the prophecy. I had used its own power against it and sealed the old ones away. As the sun began to rise, casting its golden rays across the mountain peak, I knew I was safe. For now. I made my way back to my truck and drove away from the silent mountain, leaving the circle of stones behind. I'm still out there, driving the highways, hauling my loads. But I'll never forget that night at the Starlight Oasis. I'll never forget the prophecy, the signs, or the silent mountain. And I know that the darkness is still out there, waiting, biding its time. The old ones are patient. They can weigh Story 18, the Beast of Bray Road, Wisconsin, land of cheese, beer, and, apparently, werewolves. I'd heard the stories, of course. The Beast of Bray Road. Locals whispered about it mostly. Truckers, too, sometimes late at night at the truck stops. Over stale coffee and grazy burgers. I never put much stock in it. Figured it was just another urban legend, a campfire story to spook the gullible. Until I met the beast myself. It was a cold October night, the kind where the moon hangs full and heavy in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. I was hauling a load of farm equipment from Elkhorn to Janesville. A short run, but it took me down Bray Road, a narrow, winding stretch of asphalt that cuts through the rural countryside. The kind of road where your headlights barely penetrate the darkness, and every rustle of leaves sounds like something moving in the undergrowth. I wasn't thinking about the stories then. I was just focused on the road, on getting to my destination. Then, I saw something in the distance. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe a large dog. But as I got closer, I realized it was something else entirely. It was standing on the side of the road, near a cluster of trees. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in thick, dark fur. It was vaguely humanoid, but its limbs were too long, too thick, and its posture was hunched, almost bestial. Its head was canine, like a wolf, but larger, more menacing. And its eyes, they glowed in my headlights, a malevolent, predatory yellow. I slammed on the brakes, my rig, Old Bess, skidding slightly on the damp pavement. The creature didn't flinch. It just stood there, staring at me, its yellow eyes burning into mine. It was the Beast of Bray Road. I knew it. There was no mistaking it. The stories, the whispers, they were all true. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through me. I wanted to floor it, to get away from that thing as fast as possible. But I was frozen, paralyzed by a mixture of terror and morbid fascination. Then, it moved. It took a step towards the road, its massive claws scraping against the asphalt. Then another. It was coming towards me. It let out a low growl, a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I could smell it now, a musky, fall odor, like wet dog and something else, something rotten, something dead. I fumbled for the gear shift, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the lever. I had to get out of there. But as I tried to put Bess in reverse, the creature lunged. It moved with incredible speed, a blur of fur and muscle. It slammed into the side of my truck, the impact rocking the entire vehicle. I screamed, a choked sound that was lost in the roar of the engine and the creature's enraged snarls. It was trying to get in. It was clawing at the door, its claws scraping against the metal, leaving deep gouges in the paint. It was strong, incredibly strong. I could hear the metal groaning, the door panel starting to buckle. I grabbed the shotgun I kept under the seat. A pump-action 12-gauge, loaded with buckshot. It was my only hope. I had to act fast. I rolled down the window, just enough to get the barrel through, and aimed at the creature's head. It was a risky move, but I had no choice. I pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening, the recoil slamming me back against the seat. The creature roared in pain, its head snapping back. I had hit it. But it didn't go down. It was still standing, still trying to get in. I could see the wound on its head, a gaping hole where the buckshot had torn through fur and flesh. But it was still alive. It was barely even phased. I pumped the shotgun, chambering another round. I fired again, and again, and again. Each shot tore into the creature's body, but it kept coming. It was like shooting a brick wall. Finally, with a desperate snarl, it ripped the door off its hinges. The door landed with a deafening crash on the pavement, and the creature was on me. It lunged into the cab, its massive jaws snapping, its claws raking at my flesh. I screamed, a raw, primal scream of terror, as I struggled against its overwhelming strength. I could feel its hot, fetid breath on my face, its saliva dripping onto my skin. Its claws tore at my clothes, ripping through fabric and flesh. I managed to get the shotgun up, pressing the barrel against the creature's chest. I pulled the trigger one last time. The blast threw the creature backward, out of the cab and onto the road. It lay there for a moment, twitching, its body convulsing. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I scrambled out of the truck, ignoring the pain in my ripped arm and chest, and ran. I ran into the woods, into the darkness, not stopping until I was sure I was far enough away. I found a thicket of bushes and crawled inside, my body trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, listening for any sign of the creature. But all I could hear was the sound of my own heart pounding in my chest, and the distant howl of the wind through the trees. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the leaves, I finally emerged from my hiding place. I made my way back to the road, my body etching, my clothes torn and bloodied. Bess was still there, her door ripped off, the cab a mess of shattered glass and torn upholstery. The creature was gone. I found a nearby farmer who let me use his phone. I called the police, told them what had happened. They came, they took my statement. But I could see the skepticism in their eyes. They probably thought I was just some crazy trucker, hallucinating from lack of sleep. Or maybe something stronger. They searched the area, of course, but they found nothing. No sign of the creature, no evidence of the struggle, except for the damage to my truck and my wounds, which they attributed to an animal attack. A bear, maybe, or a large dog. They humored me, but I could tell they didn't believe me. They likely chalked me up as another person who had heard the stories of the Beast of Bray Road and let their imagination run wild. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that the Beast of Bray Road is real. I eventually got back on the road after getting a new truck. The company wasn't too happy about what happened to Bess. But I never took that route again. And I never drove through Wisconsin at night. But the encounter changed me. It shattered my perception of the world, my understanding of what was possible. It opened my eyes to the darkness that lurks just beyond the edges of our reality, in the shadows of the woods, in the silence of the night. I still see it sometimes, in my dreams. That creature, its glowing yellow eyes, its massive claws, its guttural growls. And I wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the smell of wet dog and decay lingering in my nostrils. It is a smell that I will never forget and never escape. It has seeped into my clothes and into my skin. I have tried washing it away, scrubbing at it until my skin is raw and bleeding. But it remains. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night, I think I see it again, out of the corner of my eye. A fleeting shadow, a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. A reminder that the world is a far, far stranger and more terrifying place than we can ever imagine. And that some things, some creatures, are not meant to be seen, are not meant to be understood. They are meant to be feared. Story 19, The Abduction. They say the desert is a lonely place. But out there, under the vast, star-studded sky, you're never truly alone. There are things out there, watching us, studying us. Things we don't understand. Things we can't explain. I learned that firsthand on a run through Nevada, a night I can barely remember, but one that haunts me every waking moment. It was a clear night, the moon a silver disk in the inky black sky. I was somewhere south of Vegas, heading towards LA with a load of slot machines, of all things. The desert stretched out on either side of the highway, an endless expanse of sand and scrub brush. Just me, old Bess, my trusty Freightliner, and the hum of the tires on the asphalt. Then, the lights appeared. At first, I thought it was another truck, maybe a helicopter, but it was moving too fast, too erratically. 3 lights, bright white, arranged in a triangle, hovering in the sky ahead of me. They danced and weaved, defying the laws of physics, making impossible turns and sudden stops. I slowed down, my heart pounding in my chest. I'd heard stories about this kind of thing, of course. UFOs, alien encounters, abductions. But I'd always dismissed them as crazy talk, the ramblings of conspiracy theorists. Now, I wasn't so sure. The lights descended, rapidly, silently, until they were hovering just above the road, maybe 100 yards in front of me. They bathed the desert in an eerie, white glow, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe and twist with a life of their own. I stopped Bess, my hands shaking on the wheel. I wanted to turn around, to run, but I was frozen, paralyzed by a mixture of fear and fascination. Then, the lights moved. They converged, merging into a single, blindingly bright beam that shot down from the sky, engulfing my truck. I felt a strange sensation, a tingling that started in my toes and spread throughout my body. Then, a feeling of weightlessness, as if gravity itself had ceased to exist. I looked out the window, and to my horror, I saw the ground receding below me. Bess was being lifted into the air, drawn upwards towards the light. I screamed, a primal scream of terror that was swallowed by the silence. I tried to move, to fight, but I was helpless, pinned to my seat by an unseen force. Then, everything went black. The next thing I remember is waking up in my truck. Bess was parked on the side of the road, the engine off, the desert silent around me. The sun was rising, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. It was morning. I had no memory of what happened after the light engulfed my truck. It was like a chunk of time had been ripped from my mind, leaving a gaping void where my memories should have been. I checked my watch. It was 8 a.m. I'd lost almost 6 hours. My logbook was on the passenger seat. The last entry was from before the lights appeared. Below it, in my handwriting, was a new entry. It read, "They took me. They showed me things I can't remember. But I know, it's all true." I had no memory of writing it. I tried to start Bess, and to my relief, the engine roared to life. I pulled back onto the highway and continued my run, my mind racing, trying to piece together what had happened. At first, I thought I'd just fallen asleep at the wheel, that it had all been a dream. But there were things that didn't add up. The missing time, the strange entry in my logbook, and the marks. They were on my arms, small, circular marks arranged in a triangular pattern. They looked like burns, but they didn't hurt. They itched, and they seemed to glow faintly in the dark. As the days turned into weeks, I started to experience other strange phenomena. Headaches, intense and debilitating, that came out of nowhere. Nosebleeds, sudden and profuse. And the dreams. Nightmares, vivid and terrifying, filled with images I couldn't comprehend. Strange. Metallic corridors. Operating tables. Figures in white, their faces obscured by masks, looming over me. And always, those 3 lights, arranged in a triangle, watching me. I tried to ignore it, to dismiss it as stress, as my mind playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something had happened to me out there in the desert. Something that had changed me. Then, the changes started. Physical changes. My senses became sharper, almost painfully so. I could hear things I'd never heard before, the faint hum of electricity in the walls, the whisper of the wind through the grass. I could smell things with incredible accuracy, able to discern a dozen different scents at once. And my eyesight, it was like I could see in the dark. But it wasn't just my senses. I was stronger, faster, more resilient. I could lift weights that I'd never been able to lift before. I could run for miles without getting tired. I felt different, enhanced. And then there were the abilities. It started small. I could move objects with my mind, just by concentrating on them. At first, it was just small things, like a pen or a coffee cup. But as time went on, I could move larger and larger objects. I could even affect electronic devices, turning them on and off with a thought. I was terrified. I didn't understand what was happening to me. I was becoming something other, something not entirely human. One night, I was driving through Arizona when it all came to a head. I saw the lights again. The same 3 lights, arranged in the same triangle, hovering in the sky above me. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew what they were. And I knew why they were back. As the lights descended, I felt a strange sense of calm wash over me. The fear was still there, but it was different now. It was mixed with a sense of anticipation, of acceptance. The lights merged into a single beam, engulfing my truck. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But this time, instead of blacking out, I saw them, in my mind. Creatures, tall and slender, with large black eyes and elongated limbs. They were communicating with me, not through words, but through images, thoughts, emotions. They were the ones who had taken me. They were the ones who had changed me. They showed me their purpose. They were explorers, scientists, studying life forms from across the galaxy. They had chosen me, they explained, because of my resilience, my adaptability. They had enhanced me, upgraded me, made me something more. They showed me their experiments. They would place a strange, metallic object on my forehead, and I would see things. Horrible, twisted things. Creatures with too many limbs or too many eyes. Creatures that shifted and pulsed, defying the laws of nature. I saw rows upon rows of operating tables, each occupied by a different, terrifying creature. I saw humans, strapped down, their eyes wide with terror, as the aliens performed their experiments on them. I saw creatures that looked like a mix of different species, as if they were trying to create hybrids. They told me I was now a part of their mission, a bridge between their world and mine. I was to be their slave, preparing humanity for their arrival. They would give me tasks to complete. I had no choice but to obey. Then, as suddenly as it began, it was over. I was back in my truck, the lights receding into the night sky. I then blacked out again. I woke up in a hospital. I had been found unconscious in my truck, which was parked in a ditch by the side of the road. They said I'd been in an accident, that I was lucky to be alive. But I knew the truth. I was discharged a few days later, and I tried to go back to my life, to my job, to being a trucker. But I was different now. I had these abilities, these enhancements, and I had a mission, whether I wanted it or not. I'm still out there, driving the highways, hauling my loads. But now, I'm also something else. A sleeper agent waiting for their signal. A harbinger of an invasion. The lights could return at any time. I would then have to do their bidding. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I see a stranger staring back at me. A stranger with glowing marks on his arms and the power to move things with his mind. A stranger with enhanced senses. A stranger who is stronger and faster than any human. A stranger who is no longer entirely human. The aliens took me. They changed me. And they're coming back. Story 20. The Delusion. It started subtly. A feeling mostly. A nagging suspicion that something wasn't quite right. Like a puzzle piece that almost fits, but not quite. It was on a run through New Mexico. A long, lonely stretch of highway under a sky that felt too big, too empty. That's where I first noticed him. He was a hitchhiker, standing on the side of the road, thumb out. Nothing unusual about that, except I'd passed him a few hours earlier, 100 miles back. Same clothes, same build, same face. I dismissed it at first. Just a coincidence. Maybe he'd gotten a ride partway. Then got dropped off again. But then I saw him again. This time, he was a cashier at a gas station where I stopped for fuel. He rang up my purchase, his eyes never meeting mine, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. The same smirk I'd seen on the hitchhiker's face. "Didn't I see you a while back?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "Down the road a piece." He just shook his head, that smirk never wavering. "I've been here all day," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. I paid for my gas and left, feeling a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. It had to be a coincidence, right? But as the days and miles rolled by, I kept seeing him. Or, at least, I thought I did. He was a waitress at a diner in Arizona, her name tag reading, Brenda, but her face was his face. He was a mechanic in Nevada, fixing a flat tire on the side of the road. His movements mirroring those of the hitchhiker, the cashier, the waitress. He was a state trooper in Utah, pulling over another driver, his eyes, even from a distance, locking with mine in a way that sent shivers down my spine. He was also the driver, a woman this time, but I recognized the glint in her eyes. Each time I saw him, he was in a different guise, a different role, but always with that same unsettling smirk, those same knowing eyes. It was like he was playing a game, a twisted game of hide and seek, where I was the only one who didn't know the rules. I started to doubt my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Was the stress of the road, the long hours, the loneliness, finally getting to me? Was this some kind of elaborate prank, orchestrated by other truckers, messing with my head? I began to look for cameras in every building, on every light pole. Maybe I was being filmed. Maybe this was some sort of twisted reality show. But deep down, I knew it was something else, something far more sinister. I started to research, spending my downtime in truck stop internet cafes, searching for answers. That's when I stumbled upon the term Fregoli delusion, a rare psychiatric disorder where a person believes that different people are actually the same person in disguise. Could that be it? Was I losing my mind? Was this all in my head? But the encounters continued, each one more unsettling than the last. I saw him everywhere, in every town, in every state. He was in the crowds, in the shadows, always watching, always waiting. He was in my dreams, his face shifting and morphing, becoming everyone and no one at the same time. I stopped sleeping. I stopped eating. I just drove, pushing myself and old Bess, my rig, to the limit, trying to outrun him, trying to outrun my own fear. But it was no use. He was everywhere. One night, in a near-empty truck stop in Colorado, I saw him again. He was sitting at the counter, dressed as a cook, flipping burgers, that same unsettling smirk on his face. He saw me, and his eyes lit up. A spark of recognition, or maybe something else, something darker, flickering within them. I couldn't take it anymore. I snapped. I stormed over to the counter, grabbed him by the collar, and slammed him against the grill. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. "Who are you?" I screamed, my voice hoarse, desperate. "Why are you doing this to me?" He just smiled, that same maddening smile. "You know who I am," he hissed, his voice a distorted, guttural rasp. "You've always known." Then, he did something that made my blood run cold. He reached up and touched his face. His fingers sank into his cheek as if it were made of clay. He peeled back his skin, revealing another face underneath. A different face, but one I recognized. It was the face of the hitchhiker I'd seen weeks ago. He then peeled that face back too, to reveal another one, and then another, each one a face I had seen before. A face that belonged to him. He was a living, breathing matryoshka doll of terror. "We are many," he whispered, his voice now a chorus of voices, each one speaking in unison. "We are one, and we are here for you." Then, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. I looked down and saw a knife, buried to the hilt in my heart. It wasn't my knife. I didn't even own a knife like that. It was old, antique-looking, with a strange, almost organic-looking handle. I looked up and saw the cook, the one who had been wearing the many faces, standing over me, his hand outstretched, as if he was holding something. But his hand was empty. The knife was in me. He smiled a wide, triumphant smile. "You can't escape us," he said, his voice now clear, resonant, no longer distorted. "We are a part of you now." I collapsed to the floor, my vision blurring, my life fading away. The last thing I saw, before the darkness closed in, was his face, shifting and changing, becoming my face. My eyes snapped open. I was in my truck, driving. I looked around, confused, disoriented. I then looked at my chest, expecting to see a bloody wound, but there was nothing there. It had all been a dream. A very vivid, terrifying dream. I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking. I needed a moment to collect myself. It had felt so real. Too real. As I sat there, trying to calm my racing heart, I noticed a truck stop in the distance. The Starlight Oasis, the sign read. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to stop there. It was like a pull, a magnetic force drawing me in. I pulled into the truck stop and went inside. I saw a fortune teller booth in the back, with a sign that read, Madame Esmeralda, Seer of the Unseen. I felt a chill run down my spine. It couldn't be. As I walked past the booth, a woman's voice called out to me. "Come in." "Driver," she said. "Your future awaits." I turned to look at her. It was the woman from my dream, the cook, the many-faced man. But now, she wore the guise of a fortune teller. Her eyes, a startling shade of green, flecked with gold, seemed to pierce right through me. I knew then that it hadn't been a dream. It had been a premonition, a warning, and now I was trapped. The cycle was beginning again, or maybe it never ended. She gestured to the seat opposite her. "Sit down, Michael," she said, using my name though I'd never told it to her. "Let's talk about your future." I knew there was no escape. Story 21, The Ancient Ones. Some secrets are best left buried. Some doors are meant to remain closed, and some roads should never be taken. I learned that the hard way. In the desolate heart of the Nevada desert, under a sky full of stars that suddenly seemed too close, too menacing. I was on a long haul, Vegas to Reno, with a load of supplies for some government research facility. Area 51, they joked. But this was no joke. What I stumbled upon that night made Area 51 look like a petting zoo. The shortcut was a bad idea. I knew it even as I took the turn. But the main highway was backed up for miles due to an accident, and I was already running late. The dirt road was unmarked, barely visible in the darkness. My GPS went haywire, the screen displaying a jumble of static. Just me, old Bess, my Freightliner, and the vast, empty desert. Then I saw the lights. Not the familiar glow of a town or a truck stop, but a strange, pulsating luminescence emanating from a canyon in the distance. It was a sickly green, like phosphorescent algae, and it seemed to throb in time with some unheard rhythm. Against my better judgment, I followed the lights. The road, if you could call it that, wound its way through a series of narrow canyons, the rock walls closing in around me like the jaws of some ancient beast. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange energy that made the hair on my arms stand on end. And the silence. It wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a presence, a suffocating blanket that smothered all other noise. Then, I reached the source of the light, and I wished to God I hadn't. It was a vast, circular plain, hidden within the canyons. In the center was a structure, an ancient, monolithic structure, made of black stone that seemed to absorb the light, rather than reflect it. It was covered in carvings, grotesque, disturbing carvings of creatures that defied description, things with too many limbs, too many eyes. Things that seemed to writhe and shift, even though they were etched in stone. Around the structure, a group of people were gathered. They were chanting, their voices rising and falling in a dissonant chorus. They were dressed in robes, black robes that seemed to shimmer and flow like liquid in the strange green light. Their faces were hidden in the shadows of their hoods, but I could see their eyes. They glowed with that same sickly green light, reflecting the pulsating luminescence that emanated from the structure. In the center of the circle, before the black monolith, stood a figure, taller than the others, draped in robes of a deeper black, so dark they seemed to absorb the very light around them. This figure held a book, a massive tome bound in what looked like human skin, its pages filled with symbols that seemed to writhe and crawl across the surface. As I watched, hidden in the shadows at the edge of the plain, the chanting grew louder, more frenzied. The green light pulsed brighter, casting grotesque shadows that danced and flickered across the assembled figures. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath my feet began to tremble. The robed figure, the leader, began to read from the book, his voice a low, guttural growl that seemed to resonate from the very depths of the earth. The language was ancient, unknown, but I understood its meaning. They were summoning something, something old, something powerful, something evil. Then, the chanting reached a fever pitch, and the green light exploded outwards, blinding me momentarily. I shielded my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. When I could see again, the sight that greeted me was one of pure, cosmic horror. The black monolith was changing. It was opening. A fissure had appeared in its center, a gaping maw that seemed to lead down into an infinite abyss. And from that abyss, something was emerging. It was a tentacle, at first vast and thick, covered in suckers the size of dinner plates. Then another, and another, each one thicker than a man's torso, each one writhing and twisting with an unnatural life. They reached out from the darkness, grasping at the air, their suckers pulsing, seeking. The figures around the monolith prostrated themselves, their chanting now a chorus of ecstatic cries. They were welcoming it. They were worshipping it. The tentacled horror pulled itself further out of the abyss, revealing more of its form. It was massive, a mountain of flesh and tentacles. Its body a shifting, pulsating mass of eyes and mouths, each one opening and closing, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It had no discernible shape, no form that my human mind could comprehend. It was chaos given form. It was a nightmare made real. It was then that I understood. This wasn't just a cult. This was an extinction-level event. They were summoning an ancient, eldritch entity, a being of unimaginable power and malevolence, something that should have stayed buried, something that could unmake the world. I had to stop them. I stumbled back, my mind reeling, and ran back to Bess. I threw open the door, scrambled inside, and slammed my fist on the horn. The sound, loud and jarring, echoed across the plain, momentarily disrupting the chanting. The figures looked up, startled, their glowing green eyes fixed on my truck. It was a distraction, nothing more. But it was all I had. I threw Bess into gear and floored it, driving straight towards the black monolith, towards the emerging horror. My plan, if you could call it that, was to disrupt the ritual, to scatter the cultists, to buy myself some time. I aimed for the raised platform, for the leader, for the book. If I could just reach them, maybe I could stop this madness. The cultists scattered as Bess roared towards them, their chants turning to screams of fear and anger. But the masked figure, the leader, stood his ground, his gaze fixed on me, his hands still holding the book. I braced for impact, my hands gripping the wheel, my foot pressing the accelerator to the floor. Bess slammed into the platform, the stone cracking and crumbling under the force of the impact. The leader was thrown backward, the book flying from his grasp. I scrambled out of the truck, ignoring the pain in my shoulder from hitting the steering wheel, and lunged for the book. I grabbed it just as the leader, his mask now cracked and broken, revealing a face contorted with rage, lunged at me. We wrestled, two men grappling at the foot of an ancient horror, under a sky filled with two close stars. He was strong, surprisingly so, fueled by a fanatic zeal. But I had adrenaline on my side, and the sheer terror of what I had witnessed. I managed to kick him away, sending him sprawling on the ground. I stood up, the book clutched in my hands. I had to destroy it. I looked at the emerging creature, its massive form now almost entirely out of the fissure, its tentacles thrashing, its myriad eyes fixated on me. It let out a deafening shriek, a sound that seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality. It was then that I saw my truck, which I had left running, start to move on its own. It was driving directly towards the fissure. Then, I heard a voice in my head, a chorus of whispers, ancient and vast. You cannot stop what has been set in motion. The old ones will awaken. The stars are right. It is time. I ignored the voice. I raised the book and, with a yell, hurled it into the abyss from which the creature had emerged. The effect was instantaneous. The creature shrieked again, a sound of pure agony. The green light vanished. The chanting stopped. The earth trembled. The fissure began to close. The truck drove directly into the fissure, disappearing into the abyss. The creature, now half in, half out of the fissure, thrashed wildly, its tentacles flailing. It let out one final, earth-shattering roar, then, with a sickening crunch, it was pulled back into the abyss as the fissure sealed itself, shut. Silence. The cultists were gone, vanished into the night. The black monolith stood silent, inert. The carvings on its surface seeming to fade, to become less distinct. The strange green glow was gone, replaced by the pale light of the moon. I stood there, alone, in the center of the clearing, the silence pressing in on me. I had done it. I had stopped them. But at what cost? I stumbled back to where Bess had stood before driving on its own, my legs weak, my body trembling. I looked up at the sky, at the stars, which now seemed further away, less menacing. But I knew the truth. It was still out there. Somewhere. Waiting. And the book. I had only delayed its return. I started walking, putting one foot in front of the other, heading towards where I knew the highway was. I didn't know what I was going to do, where I was going to go. But I knew I couldn't stay here. As I walked, I looked back at the canyon, at the black monolith silhouetted against the night sky. And I knew that my life would never be the same. I had seen too much. I had faced the abyss, and it had stared back at me. I'm still out there, somewhere, driving the highways, trying to outrun the darkness. But it's always there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to rise again. And I know that one day, the stars will align once more. The chanting will begin anew. The fissure will open, and the old ones will return. And when that day comes, I hope there's someone out there, someone braver than me, someone stronger, who will be ready to stand against them. Someone who will be ready to fight for humanity's survival. Because I won't be. I'll be long gone, a broken man, haunted by the memory of a night I can never forget. Story 22, The Parallel World. The world is full of thin places. Places where the veil between realities wears thin, where the boundaries between dimensions blur. Most people never notice them. They walk right through them, oblivious. But for those of us who spend our lives on the road, who traverse the liminal spaces between towns and cities, between day and night, we're more attuned to these subtle shifts. We're more likely to stumble into the places where things aren't quite right. It happened on a run through West Texas. I was heading west on I-10, a long, straight stretch of highway that cuts through a desolate, sun-baked landscape. The sky was a vast, cloudless blue, the sun a blinding white disk overhead. Just me, old Bess, my trusty Peterbilt, and the endless ribbon of asphalt. Then I saw the sign. Marigold's Diner, next exit. Marigold's. It was a place I knew well, a regular stop on this route. Best coffee on I-10. And their apple pie was legendary. I hadn't planned on stopping, but a craving for a slice of that pie and a cup of strong coffee suddenly hit me. I took the exit, followed the winding road, and pulled into the parking lot. But something was off. The diner looked the same, a classic, chrome and neon affair, but the sign was different. Instead of Marigold's Diner, it read Marigold's Eatery. And the neon, usually a vibrant, welcoming red, was a sickly, pulsating green. I shrugged it off, figuring they'd just remodeled. But the unease lingered, a knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I walked inside. The diner was almost empty. A couple of truckers sat at the counter, their faces buried in their plates. A waitress, who I assumed was Marigold, was wiping down tables. But it wasn't Marigold. Not really. The woman behind the counter had the same red hair, the same kind smile, but her eyes were different. They were black, completely black, with no pupils, no whites, just two bottomless pits that seemed to absorb the light. And her smile, it was too wide, stretched too far across her face, revealing too many teeth. "Can I help you, Han?" she asked, her voice a distorted, off-key version of Marigold's warm, friendly drawl. Yeah, I stammered, trying to ignore the icy dread creeping up my spine. "Just a cup of coffee and a slice of apple pie." "Coming right up," she said, that unsettling smile never wavering. She poured me a cup of coffee, the liquid black and viscous, like motor oil. It smelled faintly of almonds, a scent I usually loved, but now it made my stomach churn. Then, she brought out the pie. It looked like apple pie, smelled like apple pie, but the apples were a strange, luminescent blue. They pulsed faintly in sync with the neon sign outside. "Enjoy," she said, placing the plate in front of me. "It's our special today." I stared at the pie, at the pulsating blue apples, at the black, oily coffee. I couldn't eat this. I couldn't drink this. "Actually," I said, pushing the plate away, "I'm not feeling so well. I think I'll just hit the road." The waitress's smile faltered, just for a moment. Then it returned wider than before. "Oh, but you can't leave yet, Han," she said, her voice now laced with a hint of menace. "You haven't tried the pie." The two truckers at the counter looked up, their faces pale and drawn. Their eyes, too, were completely black. They were staring at me, their expressions unreadable. I stood up, knocking over my chair in my haste. "I really need to go," I said, my voice trembling. I turned to leave, but the waitress was suddenly in front of me, blocking my path. She moved with an unnatural speed, her movements jerky and distorted. "You're not going anywhere," she said, her voice now a guttural growl. "You're staying here. With us." The other truckers stood up, their movements mirroring hers. They were all smiling now, those same wide, unsettling smiles. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I was trapped. Then, I saw my reflection in the chrome surface of the coffee machine. My eyes. They were turning black, like theirs. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. Now. I lunged towards the door, pushing past the waitress, ignoring the truckers. I burst out of the diner and into the blinding sunlight. But the sunlight was wronged. It was too bright, too intense, and it cast no shadows. I ran towards Bess, fumbled with the keys, and threw open the door. I scrambled inside, slammed it shut, and locked it. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine sputtered, coughed, but wouldn't catch. I tried again, and again. Nothing. Then, I heard a tapping on the window. It was the waitress, her face pressed against the glass, her black eyes staring into mine. She was smiling, that same wide, terrifying smile. And behind her, I saw them. The other truckers, the patrons from the diner. All of them with those same black eyes, those same unsettling smiles. They were surrounding my truck, closing in. I looked closer at the waitress and noticed her name tag. It read, Brenda. Just like the waitress from a completely different encounter. But how could that be? I looked back at the diner. The sign now read, Brenda's Eatery. The neon flickered, then went out completely. Despair washed over me. I was trapped. There was no escape. They were going to get me. They were going to make me one of them. Then, I remembered something my grandfather, a trucker himself, used to tell me. If you ever find yourself in a place that's not quite right, he'd said, close your eyes, count to 10, and focus on where you want to be. Visualize it. Feel it. And maybe, just maybe, you can find your way back. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and started to count. 1, 2, 3. I pictured the real Marigold's diner, the one I knew, the one with the warm, friendly atmosphere, the delicious coffee, and the real apple pie. 4, 5, 6. I visualized the highway, the familiar landscape, the feeling of Bess rumbling beneath me. 7, 8, 9. I focused all my will, all my desire, on returning to my own reality. 10. I opened my eyes. I was still in my truck. But something was different. The light was normal, casting realistic shadows. I could hear the faint hum of traffic in the distance. I looked out the window. The diner was gone. In its place was a dilapidated, abandoned building, covered in graffiti. The parking lot was empty, overgrown with weeds. There was no sign of the smiling, black-eyed people. I started the engine. It roared to life. I pulled out of the parking lot and drove, not stopping until I was miles away. I didn't know where I was, but I knew I was back in my own reality. I eventually found my way back to the interstate, back to the familiar rhythm of the road. But I was changed. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had brushed up against something dark. Something sinister, something that was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to stray from the path again. I still drive a truck, but I avoid the back roads now. And I never stop at roadside diners anymore. I pack my own food, my own coffee. And I never, ever forget the feeling of those black eyes, that unsettling smile, the wrongness of it all. The feeling of unreality. Because I know that the world is full of thin places, places where the veil between dimensions wears thin. And sometimes, if you're not careful, you can slip through into a reality that's not your own. A reality where everything is slightly off, where familiar faces hide something dark and sinister, and where the apple pie is always on special. But you wouldn't dare take a bite. And sometimes, the only way to escape that twisted reality is to close your eyes, count to 10, and pray that you can find your way back to your own. Story 23. The Rake. The thing about driving long haul is that you get used to the darkness. You learn to embrace it, even. The night becomes your companion, a silent confidant that shares the road with you. But some nights, the darkness feels different. Some nights, it feels like it's watching you, like it's hiding something. I was on a run through Pennsylvania, heading east on I-80, a stretch of highway that cuts through some pretty dense forest. It was late, probably around 3 a.m., and I was starting to feel the fatigue set in. I decided to pull into the next rest area, grab a few hours of shut-eye, and finish the drive in the morning. The rest area was deserted, just a handful of trucks parked under the dim, sodium vapor lights. The air was thick with the smell of diesel and damp earth. I parked Bess, my trusty Kenworth, in a quiet corner, killed the engine, and leaned back in my seat. That's when I saw it. A flicker of movement in the shadows, at the edge of the parking lot, near the tree line. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe a raccoon. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was something else entirely. It was tall, thin, and unnaturally pale, almost luminous in the darkness. It was humanoid in shape, but its limbs were too long, too spindly, and its movements were jerky, unnatural. It was crouched low to the ground, like a hunter stalking its prey. Then, it turned its head, and I saw its face. It was hairless, smooth, with skin that seemed to be stretched too tight over its skull. Its eyes were large and black, devoid of any pupils or irises, just two bottomless pits that seemed to absorb the light. And its mouth. It was stretched into a wide, disturbing grin, revealing rows of sharp, pointed teeth. It was the rake. I'd heard the stories, of course. Whispers on the CB, late-night tales told at truck stops. A creature, pale and gaunt, with long, sharp claws and a disturbing smile. A creature that lurked in the shadows, preying on the unwary. I'd always dismissed them as urban legends. Scary stories to spook rookies. But now, staring into those black, soulless eyes, I knew the stories were true. The creature, the rake, started to move towards my truck. It moved slowly at first, then faster, its long limbs carrying it across the asphalt with an unnatural, almost gliding motion. Its grin never wavered, and its black eyes never left mine. Panic seized me. I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life, a welcome sound in the terrifying silence. I threw Bess into gear and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I didn't look back, I just drove. I drove for miles, not stopping, not slowing down. The image of that creature burned into my mind. The way it moved, the way it looked at me, that disturbing, predatory grin. But as I drove, I started to realize something even more terrifying. I wasn't just running from the rake. I was running towards something. The highway ahead seemed to be changing. The familiar landscape was blurring, distorting, becoming something else. The trees lining the road were twisting into grotesque shapes, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The road signs were becoming illegible, the words replaced by strange symbols that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. The air grew colder, and a thick fog rolled in, reducing visibility to almost zero. My headlights barely penetrated the swirling mist, and the world outside my truck seemed to dissolve into a gray, featureless void. I turned on my CB radio, hoping to hear another human voice. Instead, I heard a low, rhythmic chanting. It was in no language I could recognize, but it sent chills down my spine. Then, I saw them. Figures in the fog. Tall, thin figures, their forms indistinct. Their movements jerky and unnatural. They were standing on the side of the road, just beyond the reach of my headlights, watching me. I knew then that I was in its territory, the rake its hunting ground, and I was the prey. It had lured me here somehow. I pushed Bess harder, the engine screaming in protest. But the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever. The fog never thinning, the figures always just out of reach. The chanting on the CB radio grew louder. Then, the truck started to shake. Violently, I looked in my side mirror and saw it. The rake. It was on the trailer, running along the top, its long claws scraping against the metal. It was catching up. I swerved the truck, trying to shake it off, but it held on, its grip like iron. It was moving towards the cab, towards me. I could now hear it, its heavy breathing, the scraping of its claws. I grabbed the shotgun from under my seat, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it. My last stand. The rake was at the back window of the cab now. I could see its silhouette, its pale form illuminated by the truck's running lights. Its disturbing grin. It raised a claw, ready to strike. I aimed the shotgun, my hands trembling, and fired. The blast echoed through the cab, the recoil almost knocking me off my seat. The back window shattered, and the rake roared in pain. But it didn't fall. It was still there, its claw reaching through the shattered window, its black eyes burning with rage. It was coming for me. The chanting on the radio was almost deafening now. Then, I saw my chance. A sign, barely visible through the fog. Wake station open. I swerved the truck towards the exit, the rake still clinging to the back. I could hear it snarling, its claws scraping against the metal, trying to find purchase. I hit the brakes hard as I entered the wake station. The sudden stop threw the rake forward, off the truck and onto the pavement. I didn't wait to see if it was dead. I didn't care. I just wanted to get out of there. I floored it, Bess fishtailing as I sped out of the way station and back onto the highway. I drove until the sun came up. I drove until I was sure I was far enough away. Until I felt safe. If I could ever feel safe again. I eventually made it to my destination, delivered my load, and tried to put the whole thing behind me. But I couldn't. The encounter had changed me. I quit driving long haul. I took a local job, anything to stay off those dark, lonely highways. But even now, years later, I still see it in my dreams. That creature, the rake. Its pale, gaunt form. Its long claws, its disturbing grin. And those eyes. Those black, soulless eyes. And sometimes, when I'm driving at night, and the road is empty, and the darkness seems to press in on me, I think I see it again, out of the corner of my eye. A flicker of movement in the shadows, a pair of glowing eyes in the distance. I tell myself it's just my imagination, just the memories playing tricks on me. But deep down, I know the truth. The rake is still out there, waiting, hunting, and one day, it will find me again. Story 24, The Crossroads Deal. They say deals with the devil are made at the crossroads. I never believed it. Figured it was just an old blues legend, a metaphor for making bad choices. But out there, on a lonely stretch of highway in Mississippi, under a sky full of angry storm clouds, I learned that some legends are rooted in a terrifying reality. I was behind schedule, way behind. A major wreck on I-20 had brought traffic to a standstill for hours, and now I was pushing hard to make up for lost time. My deadline was tight, and the penalty for missing it was severe. I was hauling a load of medical supplies to New Orleans, and they were needed urgently. As the sun began to set, the sky turned a bruised, ominous purple. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and the first fat raindrops began to splatter against my windshield. I was approaching a crossroads, a place where two state routes intersected in the middle of nowhere. There was a gas station there, old and run down, with a single, flickering light that barely illuminated the pumps. That's where I saw him. He was standing at the crossroads, right where the two roads met. He was tall and thin, dressed in a black suit that seemed to absorb the fading light. He had a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his forehead, obscuring his features. He was just standing there, perfectly still, as if he were waiting for something. Or someone. As I got closer, he raised a hand, a slow, deliberate gesture. A signal to stop. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. Bess, my trusty Peterbilt, sighed as the air brakes hissed. I rolled down my window, the smell of rain and ozone filling the cab. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice gruff. He didn't answer right away. He just stood there, looking at me, his face still hidden in the shadows of his hat. Then, he spoke. "You're in a hurry, driver," he said, his voice a low, smooth baritone, like velvet over gravel. "Running late." "Yeah, so," I replied, impatience creeping into my tone. "What's it to you?" He chuckled, a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "I can help you," he said. "I can make sure you reach your destination on time. No delays. No obstacles." I scoffed. "And how are you going to do that? Wave a magic wand." He tilted his head slightly, and I could just make out a glint of something in his eyes. A spark of amusement, perhaps, or something else, something colder. "Let's just say I have certain connections," he said. "Certain arrangements I can make." And what's the catch? I asked, my suspicion growing. There's always a catch. He was silent for a moment, the only sound the drumming of the rain on the roof of my cab. Then, he leaned closer and I could smell it. A faint odor of sulfur and decay, like something ancient and unholy. The price, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. His a small one, a mere trifle really. For now, just a favor, a simple task to be performed at a later date. When the time is right, you will know. My mind raced. This was crazy. This was something out of a bad movie. The desperation gnawed at me. The deadline. The penalty. The urgent need for those supplies. What kind of favor? I asked, hating myself for even considering it. He smiled then, a slow, chilling smile that revealed teeth that seemed just a little too sharp, a little too long. Nothing too difficult, he said. Just a delivery, like you're doing now. Only this one will be a bit more special. I should have said no. I should have driven away. But the pressure was too great. The fear of failure, of letting people down, it was a heavy weight on my chest. All right, I said, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. I'll do it. What's the deal? His smile widened. Excellent, he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver coin. It was old, worn smooth with age, and it bore a strange symbol I didn't recognize. A 5-pointed star within a circle. Keep this with you, he said, handing me the coin. It will serve as a reminder of our agreement, and a beacon when the time comes. I took the coin, my fingers brushing against his. His skin was cold, unnaturally cold, like touching dry ice. How will I know when it's time? I asked. You'll know, he said. He then pointed towards my truck. Now, go on, driver. Your delivery awaits. I will see you again soon. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me alone at the crossroads. I sat there for a moment. The silver coin heavy in my hand, the smell of sulfur lingering in the air. Then, I put Bess in gear and drove. I made it to New Orleans on time. The delivery went smoothly. I tried to put the encounter at the crossroads out of my mind, to dismiss it as a hallucination, a product of stress and fatigue. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had made a terrible mistake, that I had traded something precious for something fleeting. And that silver coin, it seemed to burn a hole in my pocket, a constant reminder of the bargain I had struck. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the favor to be called in. But nothing happened. I started to think maybe, just maybe, I had gotten away with it. Then, one night, I was driving through Texas when I felt it. The coin, it was growing warm in my pocket. Then hot. Then burning. I pulled over, my heart pounding, and took out the coin. It was glowing, a faint, pulsating red. And the symbol on its surface, the 5-pointed star, seemed to be moving, rotating slowly. Then, I heard a voice in my head. Not my own. His voice. The time has come, it said. That smooth, baritone voice now laced with an undercurrent of something ancient and powerful. The delivery must be made. Instructions followed, clear and concise. A location, a time, a specific route to take. A route that led me off the main highway, onto back roads, into the desolate, forgotten corners of the state. My GPS protested, constantly recalculating, urging me to turn back. But I couldn't. I was compelled to follow the instructions, drawn forward by a force I couldn't resist. The destination was an old, abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of a small, dying town. The kind of place where bad things happen, where secrets are buried. The kind of place you'd never go unless you had a damn good reason. Or unless you were summoned. As I approached the warehouse, I saw a group of people gathered outside. They were dressed in dark clothes, their faces pale and drawn in the moonlight. They were waiting for me, waiting for the delivery. As I pulled up, one of the figures stepped forward. It was him, the man from the crossroads. But he was different now. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his smile was wider, more menacing. "You made it," he said, his voice echoing in the stillness. "I knew you would." He gestured towards the back of my truck. "Now, let's see what you've brought us." My hands were shaking as I got out of the truck and walked to the back. I opened the trailer doors, revealing the cargo. It was a large wooden crate, unmarked, sealed with heavy iron bands. I had no idea what was inside, and I didn't want to know. But I had made a deal. A terrible, irrevocable deal. The figures crowded around the crate, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The man from the crossroads nodded, and two of them stepped forward, prying the crate open with crowbars. As the lid creaked open, a full stench filled the air, the smell of decay and something else, something indescribably full. And then, I saw it. Inside the crate, nestled on a bed of straw, was a creature. It was vaguely humanoid, but its skin was a sickly green, its limbs twisted and contorted. Its eyes were black, bottomless pits, and its mouth was filled with rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. It was still, seemingly lifeless. But I knew, with a sickening certainty, that it was not dead. It was merely waiting to be awakened. It was an abomination. It was a creature of nightmares. It was a god. "Beautiful, isn't it?" the man from the crossroads said, his voice filled with a dark reverence. "A gift from the old ones. A harbinger of things to come." He turned to me, and that chilling smile returned. "You have done well, driver. You have fulfilled your end of the bargain. You may now go free." He gestured towards my truck, then behind me. I turned to see that another truck had pulled up, one I hadn't noticed before. It was an older model, beat up and rusty. It was my truck, not Bess, but the one I had driven before her. The one I had traded in years ago. "Take it," he said. "It's yours. A reward for your service. A reminder of our agreement." I looked from the old truck to the crate, to the creature within, to the man from the crossroads. I knew then that there was no escape. Not really. I had made a deal, and the price was far greater than I could ever have imagined. I had delivered this horror, and now I would forever be connected to it. I got into the old truck, the familiar scent of stale tobacco and old leather filling my nostrils. It was like stepping back in time, into a past I thought I had left behind. As I drove away, I looked in the rearview mirror. The man from the crossroads was still standing there, watching me, that unsettling smile on his face. And behind him, the crate, now closed, pulsed with a faint, sickly green light. I drove all night, not stopping, not slowing down. I drove until the sun came up, until the darkness was replaced by the light of a new day. But the darkness remained, a shadow in my heart, a stain on my soul. I abandoned the old truck at a rest stop in Arizona. I left the keys in the ignition and walked away. I haven't driven a truck since. I haven't driven anything. I live a quiet life now, in a small town far from any crossroads. But I still have the coin. The silver coin with the 5-pointed star. It sits on my nightstand, a constant reminder of the deal I made, of the horror I unleashed. And sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I can hear it. A faint whisper, carried on the wind, a voice that promises to return. And I know that one day, he will come for me again, to collect on the next favor. To remind me that the road has a long memory, and that some debts can never be repaid. That some bargains are too terrible to contemplate, and some prices are too high to pay. Because out there, in the darkness at the crossroads of fate, the devil always gets his due. Always. Story 25. The Dogman. Michigan. They call it the Wolverine State. But up here, in the North Woods, they whisper about something else. Something that stalks the backroads. Something with teeth and claws, and a howl that can freeze your blood. They call it the Dogman. And I was about to learn that some legends are terrifyingly real. I was hauling a load of lumber from Traverse City to Sault Ste. Marie, a long, lonely drive through the heart of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was late September, the leaves just starting to turn. The air crisp and carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. Beautiful country, but desolate. You could drive for miles without seeing another soul. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the road when I first heard it. A howl. But not like any howl I'd ever heard before. It wasn't a wolf or a coyote. It was deeper, more resonant, with a chilling, almost human quality to it. I dismissed it at first. Just an animal, I told myself. But as darkness fell, the howls grew more frequent, closer. And they were answered by others. From different directions, surrounding me. It was a chorus of the damned, echoing through the silent forest. I turned up the radio, trying to drown out the sound, but it was no use. The howls seemed to penetrate the cab of my rig, Old Bess, vibrating in my very bones. Fear, cold and primal, began to creep into my heart. Then, I saw something in my side mirror. A pair of eyes, reflecting the light from my taillights. They were high off the ground, too high for a deer or a wolf. And they were moving. Fast. I pushed Bess harder, the engine roaring in protest. I glanced in the mirror again. Whatever it was keeping pace with me, running alongside the truck, just beyond the reach of the headlights. I hit the high beams. And that's when I saw it clearly for the first time. It was tall, at least 7 feet, with the body of a man, muscular and lean. But its limbs were covered in thick, dark fur, and its hands ended in wicked-looking claws. And the head, it was the head of a dog. A large wolf-like dog, with pointed ears, a long snout, and a mouth full of sharp, menacing teeth. Its eyes glowed with an eerie, yellow light. The Dogman. The stories, the legends, they flooded back to me. A creature of immense strength and speed. A creature that stalked the backroads, preying on the unwary. A creature that was said to be more than just an animal. Something ancient, something evil. It was running alongside my truck, matching my speed effortlessly. Its canine head turning to stare at me through the passenger window. Its yellow eyes burned into mine, and I could see a terrifying intelligence within them, a cold, predatory cunning. I swerved, trying to shake it off, but it was too agile. It leaped onto the running board, its claws scraping against the metal. I could hear it snarling, a guttural, animalistic sound that sent shivers down my spine. I grabbed the shotgun I kept under the seat, a pump-action 12-gauge. I aimed it at the window, my hands shaking, and pulled the trigger. The blast was deafening inside the cab. The window shattered, and the Dogman roared in pain, its body jerking back. But it didn't fall. It was still on the running board, its claws digging into the metal. I pumped the shotgun, chambering another round. I fired again, and again. Each shot seemed to hit the creature, but it barely slowed it down. It was as if the buckshot was just bouncing off its thick fur and hide. It reached through the shattered window, its claws raking at my arm, tearing through my jacket, drawing blood. I screamed, more in terror than pain, and swerved the truck again, this time towards the trees that lined the road. My plan, if you could call it that, was to sideswipe the creature, to knock it off the truck. It was a desperate move, and a dangerous one, but I had no other choice. I turned the wheel hard, and Bess veered off the road, crashing through the undergrowth. I could hear the Dogman roar as it was thrown from the truck, its body colliding with a tree with a sickening thud. I didn't stop. I kept driving, pushing Bess to her limit, the trees whipping past in a blur. I drove for miles, not daring to slow down, not daring to look back. Finally, as the first rays of dawn began to break through the trees, I saw a sign. A welcome sign. Salt Ste. Marie City Limits. I had made it. I was safe. Or so I thought. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, my body trembling, my clothes soaked in sweat and blood. I stumbled out of the cab, my legs weak, my lungs burning. As I stood there, trying to catch my breath, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Scratched into the side of my trailer, deep gouges in the metal, were 3 words SEE, yo you so un. And then, from the edge of the woods across the street, I heard it. A howl. The howl of the dogman. It was faint, distant, but unmistakable. And it was filled with a chilling promise. I didn't stay in Salt Ste. Marie. I unloaded my cargo as quickly as possible, fueled up Bess, and got back on the road. I drove south. Away from the North Woods, away from the dogman's territory. At least, that was what I had planned. I was driving for an hour or so when I noticed something strange about my GPS. It was acting up, the screen flickering, the directions nonsensical. It was telling me to turn around, to go back to the North Woods, back to the dogman. I tried to enter a new location, but the GPS wouldn't let me. It kept rerouting me back towards the north. Then, my radio started to act up. The music cut out, replaced by static, and then, a howl. The dogman's howl. It was coming from the radio. I frantically tried to change the station, but every station was the same. Static, followed by that haunting howl. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest. I ripped the GPS from its mount and threw it out the window. I turned off the radio, but the howling continued, filling the cab, filling my head. It was coming from everywhere. And nowhere. Then, I saw it. In the rearview mirror. A figure standing on the road behind me. It was tall, covered in fur, with the head of a dog. The dogman. It was just standing there, watching me. Its yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. And it was smiling. I knew then that there was no escape. Story 26, The Campfire. The forest at night is a different world. A world of shadows and whispers. Where every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, can send shivers down your spine. It's a place where the familiar becomes strange, and the mundane becomes menacing. And when you're stranded out there, alone, with nothing but the darkness and the trees for company, that's when the real fear sets in. It was a crisp autumn night in the Cascade Mountains of Washington State. I was hauling a load of lumber from Portland to Spokane, a route I'd driven countless times. But this night was different. This night, old Bess, my trusty Kenworth, decided to give up the ghost. It started with a cough, then a sputter, then a shudder that ran through the entire frame of the truck. I pulled over to the side of the road, just as the engine died with a groan. Dead. I tried to restart her, but nothing. Just the click, click, click of the starter and the dying wear of the battery. I was stranded. Miles from anywhere, with no cell service, and the sun already dipping below the horizon. I grabbed my emergency kit, a heavy-duty flashlight, and a beat-up, old sleeping bag. I'd have to spend the night in the woods. Not ideal, but I've had worse. I've slept in my cab in sub-zero temperatures. I've slept on the side of the road next to a blown tire. Sleeping in the woods couldn't be any worse. Right? I found a small clearing a few yards off the road, a patch of relatively flat ground beneath a towering pine tree. I gathered some dry leaves and twigs, and soon had a small fire going. The flames crackled merrily, casting a warm glow that pushed back the encroaching darkness. As the night wore on, the forest came alive with sounds. The rustling of leaves, the the hooting of owls, the distant howl of what I hoped was just a coyote. But there was something else, too. Something I couldn't quite place. A faint, rhythmic drumming, like a heartbeat, coming from somewhere deep within the woods. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the fire, on the warmth, on the task of staying alive. I ate a cold can of beans, my dinner, and wrapped myself in my sleeping bag, the fire casting long, dancing shadows on the trees around me. Then, the singing started. It was a woman's voice, high-pitched and ethereal, singing a melody I'd never heard before. It was beautiful, hauntingly beautiful, but also deeply unsettling. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And it was getting closer. I sat up, my heart pounding in my chest, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the source of the singing. But I saw nothing. Just the trees, the shadows, and the darkness. The singing grew louder, more insistent. And now, I could hear other voices joining in, harmonizing with the first, creating a chorus of unearthly sound. It was like a siren's call, alluring and terrifying at the same time. I could also hear the faint sound of bells, like those used in a church choir. Then, I saw them. Figures emerging from the trees, drawn to my campfire like moths to a flame. They were tall and slender, their bodies draped in long, flowing robes. Their faces were pale, almost translucent, and their eyes glowed with an eerie, inner light. They were women, and they carried bells. They moved with an unnatural grace, their feet barely touching the ground. They surrounded my clearing, their glowing eyes fixed on me, their voices raised in that haunting, ethereal song. The bell sounds grew louder as they approached. I scrambled to my feet, my back against the tree, my flashlight beam darting from one figure to another. "Who are you?" I yelled, my voice trembling. "What do you want?" They didn't answer. They just kept singing, their voices weaving a spell of enchantment and dread around me. I could feel my will to resist, my fear, slowly ebbing away. Then, one of the figures stepped forward. She was taller than the others, her robe a deeper shade of white, almost luminous. She reached out a hand, her long, slender fingers beckoning me. It was then I noticed the large, curved blade she held in her other hand. It glinted in the firelight, sharp and menacing. "Come," she whispered, her voice a hypnotic melody. "Join us. Become one with the forest." One wanted to. I really did. The singing, the glowing eyes, the promise of belonging, it was all so alluring. But something deep inside me, a primal instinct for survival, screamed at me to resist. I had to fight this. I raised my flashlight, shining it directly into the lead figure's face. She recoiled, hissing, her glowing eyes momentarily dimming. The singing faltered. The bell sounds became more frantic. I knew then that the light was my only weapon. It was anathema to them, these creatures of the darkness. I swept the flashlight beam across the other figures, forcing them back. They shielded their eyes, their forms flickering, becoming less substantial. I had to get out of there. I had to get back to the road. I turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth, the figures in pursuit. I could hear their singing behind me, their ethereal voices chasing me through the trees. The bell sounds had stopped. I ran blindly, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. I could hear them behind me, their soft footsteps, barely making a sound on the forest floor. They were faster than me, more agile. They were gaining. Then, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance. Headlights. A truck. With a burst of adrenaline, I pushed myself harder, running towards the light, towards the hope of salvation. I burst out of the trees and onto the road, just as a semi-trailer truck was approaching. I waved my arms, screaming, my voice hoarse. The truck's horn blared. a deafening sound that shattered the silence of the night. The truck swerved, its brakes screeching, and came to a halt just inches from me. I collapsed onto the pavement, my body trembling, my lungs gasping for air. The driver, a burly man with a concerned look on his face, jumped out of the cab. "What in the hell are you doing out here?" he yelled. "You trying to get yourself killed?" I looked back towards the forest. The singing had stopped. The figures were gone. "They were coming for me," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "The singers. The ones with the bells. The ones with the light." The driver looked at me, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "There's nobody out here but us." I pointed towards the trees, towards the darkness. "They were right there," I insisted. "They were chasing me." He followed my gaze, his eyes scanning the forest. He saw nothing. "Look, pal," he said. "You need to get some rest. You're probably just tired and seeing things." He helped me into his truck and drove me to the nearest town. I tried to explain what had happened, but he just shook his head, attributing it to exhaustion and stress. He probably thought I was crazy. Maybe I was. I eventually got back to my own truck, which had just needed a new fuel pump, and continued my journey. But I never forgot that night. I never forgot the singing, the glowing eyes, the feeling of being hunted, the feeling of being chosen. Story 27, The Ranch. Some say there are rifts in the fabric of reality, places where our world bleeds into others, where the laws of nature are twisted and bent. Most folks dismiss such talk as fantasy. But those of us who spend our lives on the road, who traverse the forgotten corners of the world, we know better. We've seen things. Things that can't be explained. Things that shouldn't be. I was hauling a load of drilling equipment from Denver to Vernal, a route that took me through some pretty desolate country. It was late, well past midnight, and I was pushing hard to make up time. My GPS was acting up, the signal flickering in and out, probably due to the remoteness of the area. That's when I saw the sign, a hand-painted wooden sign, barely visible in the darkness, that read, County Road 42. According to the GPS, it was a shortcut. Now, I know better than to trust a shortcut in the middle of nowhere, especially at night. But I was tired, and the lure of saving an hour was too strong to resist. I took the turn. The road was rough, unpaved, and narrow. Bess, my trusty Kenworth, rumbled along, her headlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating a landscape that seemed increasingly alien. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange energy that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The silence, too, was unsettling. No crickets, no wind, just a thick, oppressive stillness that seemed to smother all sound. Then, I started to see things. Things I couldn't explain. First, it was the lights. Strange, flickering lights in the sky, moving in patterns that defied the laws of physics. They weren't planes, and they weren't satellites. They were something else. Something unnatural. Then, it was the creatures. Or at least, I thought they were creatures. Shadows, mostly, flitting at the edge of my vision, just beyond the reach of my headlights. Shapes that seemed to shift and change, one moment resembling a coyote, the next something, taller, more humanoid. My unease grew with each passing mile. The feeling of being watched intensified. I could feel eyes on me, unseen eyes, cold and calculating. I tried the CB, hoping to raise another driver, to hear a human voice, but all I got was static. A thick, impenetrable static that seemed to block out all other signals. Then, I saw the ranch. It was set back from the road, nestled in a valley between two low hills. A sprawling complex of buildings, fences and corrals. It looked ordinary enough at first glance. But there was something about it. Something in the way the buildings were arranged, in the way the fences seemed to twist and turn at odd angles, that made my skin crawl. A large, wooden sign hung over the entrance, barely visible in the darkness. I squinted, trying to make out the words. Skinwalker Ranch. It read. The name sent a jolt of fear through me. The stories, the legends, they all came flooding back. Stories of strange creatures, of UFO sightings, of paranormal activity. Stories of people who had gone missing, never to be seen again. I should have turned around. I should have gotten back on the main road and driven away as fast as Bess could carry me. But something, some morbid curiosity, some dark fascination, kept me going. I had to see it. I had to know if the stories were true. I pulled into the driveway, the gravel crunching under my tires. The ranch was silent, dark, except for a single light burning in the window of the main house. As I got closer, I noticed something strange about the light. It wasn't a normal electric light. It was flickering, pulsating like a heartbeat. And it was casting strange shadows. Shadows that seemed to move on their own, writhing and twisting across the walls of the house. I stopped Bess a few yards from the house, my heart pounding in my chest. I grabbed my flashlight, took a deep breath, and got out of the cab. The air was cold, and the silence was even more profound here, closer to the ranch. It felt as if the very ground beneath my feet was vibrating with a strange, unseen energy. As I approached the house, I noticed something on the porch. A rocking chair, moving back and forth, as if someone were sitting in it. But there was no one there. Then I heard a sound. A low, guttural growl coming from somewhere behind the house. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I shone my flashlight towards the sound, the beam cutting through the darkness. And I saw it. It was standing at the edge of the coral, its form barely visible in the shadows. It was tall, at least 8 feet, and its body was covered in thick, matted fur. It had the head of a wolf, but its eyes, they glowed with an eerie, red light. The Skinwalker. It saw me too. Its glowing red eyes locked with mine, and it let out a snarl, a sound that seemed to rip through the silence of the night. Then, it started to move towards me, its movement slow, deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. I turned and ran, back towards my truck, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly across the ground. I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding on the earth, its guttural growls growing closer. I reached Bess, fumbled with the keys, and threw open the door. I scrambled inside, slammed it shut, and locked it. I jammed the key in the ignition and turned it. The engine roared to life. I threw the gear shift into reverse and floored it. But as I tried to back out, something slammed into the side of my truck. Then again, and again. The Skinwalker. It was attacking my truck, its massive body ramming against the metal, its claws scraping against the windows. I could see its face, pressed against the glass, its wolfish snout contorted in a snarl, its red eyes burning with rage. I shifted into drive and gunned it, the tires spinning on the gravel. Bess lurched forward, throwing the creature off balance. I kept driving, not stopping, not slowing down, until I was back on the main road, miles away from the ranch. But even then, I could still feel its presence, its gaze, burning into my back. And I knew that I hadn't escaped. Not really. I had merely delayed the inevitable. I made it to Vernal, delivered my load, but I didn't stay long. I got back on the road as soon as I could, heading east, putting as much distance as possible between me and Skinwalker Ranch. But the ranch followed me. In my nightmares, I started seeing things, hearing things. Shadows that moved on their own. Whispers in the static of the CB, a feeling of being constantly watched. And always, those glowing red eyes, burning into my soul. It was driving me mad. I couldn't sleep. I could barely eat. I was a wreck. Then, one night, it all came to a head. I was driving through Colorado, on a lonely stretch of highway, when I saw it again. The Skinwalker. It was standing in the middle of the road, bathed in the light of my headlights, its red eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. It was waiting for me. It held something in its hand. It was a GPS. My GPS. The one I had thrown away miles back. I slammed on the brakes, Bess skidding to a halt just inches from the creature. It didn't flinch. It just stood there, staring at me, that disturbing wolfish grin on its face. Then it spoke. Its voice was a guttural growl, but I could understand it. It spoke directly into my mind. "You cannot escape," it said. "You cannot hide. You have seen too much. You know too much. And now, you belong to us." It raised the GPS, and the screen flickered to life. It showed my location, a blinking red dot in the middle of nowhere. Then, the map zoomed out, revealing a vast network of roads, all leading to the same place. Skinwalker Ranch. "We are everywhere," the creature whispered. "We are Legion. And we are coming for you." The creature then tossed the GPS at my windshield. It shattered the glass and landed on the dashboard, the screen still displaying that ominous map. The creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. It then turned and vanished into the darkness. I sat there for a long time, my hands shaking on the wheel, my body drenched in sweat. I knew then that there was no escape. The ranch had marked me. The creature had chosen me, and it would not rest until it had me. The road, once a symbol of freedom, had become a prison, a labyrinth from which there was no escape. Every turn, every exit, led me back to the same place. Back to the ranch. Back to the creature. Back to the darkness. I knew what I had to do. I couldn't keep running. I couldn't keep living in fear. I had to face it. I had to go back. I turned Bess around and headed back towards Utah. Back towards the ranch. It was time to end this, one way or another. The road knows. And the road always leads you where you need to go. Even if it's straight into the jaws of hell itself. Even if it's the last ride you ever take. The road knows. And it was calling me back to the place where it all began. To the place where the boundaries of reality are thin. To the place where the monsters dwell. To Skinwalker Ranch. And this time, there would be no escape. No running. Only a final, terrifying confrontation with the ultimate evil. And only one of us would be left standing when the sun rose. Only one. Story 28, The Hunter. It started with a breakdown. Old Bess, my trusty Freightliner, just gave up the ghost. 1 minute she was humming along. The next she was sputtering and coughing. And then, silence. Dead on the side of the road. I tried everything I could think of, but it was no use. She was done. I was in the middle of nowhere, miles from the nearest town, and the sun was already starting to set. I had no cell service, and the CB was silent. Just me, the dead truck, and the encroaching darkness. I decided to walk. I figured I could make it to a gas station or a house, somewhere I could call for help. I grabbed my flashlight, a heavy-duty maglite, and started walking. As darkness fell, the woods came alive with sounds. The rustling of leaves, the hooting of owls, the snapping of twigs. Every sound made me jump, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept telling myself it was just animals, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I could feel it. I was being watched. Then, I saw the light. A faint glow flickering through the trees. A cabin, maybe, or a house. Hope surged through me. I started walking towards the light, my pace quickening. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a house. It was a campfire. and there was someone sitting beside it. A figure silhouetted against the flames. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing through the silent woods. "Can you help me?" My truck broke down. The figure didn't respond. It just sat there, motionless, staring into the fire. I approached cautiously, my flashlight beam illuminating the scene. The figure was a man, dressed in hunting gear. He had a rifle across his lap and a large hunting knife strapped to his belt. He looked up as I approached, and his eyes met mine. His eyes. They were cold, devoid of any emotion, like the eyes of a predator, and they were fixed on me. I said. My truck broke down. I repeated, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need help." He just stared at me, his gaze unwavering. Then he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was a chilling, predatory grin that sent shivers down my spine. "You're trespassing," he said, his voice a low growl. "This is my land." "I'm sorry," I said, backing away. "I didn't know. I just need to use your phone, call for a tow truck." He chuckled, a dry, raspy sound. "No phone here," he said. "And no help for you." He stood up slowly, unfolding himself from his seated position. He was tall, well over 6 feet, and his frame was lean but muscular. He moved with a disturbing grace, like a wild animal. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice now a menacing whisper. "This is my hunting ground, and you're the prey." He raised the rifle, aiming it at me. I froze, my blood turning to ice. This wasn't just some territorial hunter. This was something else. Something far more dangerous. Then, he did something that made my blood run cold. He lowered the rifle, and instead, reached for the hunting knife strapped to his belt. He pulled it out, the blade glinting in the firelight. It was a long, curved blade, designed for one thing, and one thing only: skinning. "I like to do this the old-fashioned way," he said, a disturbing gleam in his eyes. "More personal, more intimate." He started walking towards me, the knife held low, his movements slow and deliberate. He was enjoying this. He was savoring my fear. I knew then that I was going to die, unless I did something. I turned and ran. I ran into the woods, away from the fire, away from the hunter. I could hear him behind me, his heavy footsteps pounding on the forest floor. He was faster than me, stronger. But I had something he didn't. I knew trucks. I ran back towards the road, towards Bess. It was a long shot, but it was my only hope. As I ran, I formulated a plan. It was desperate, dangerous, but it was all I had. I had to use my skills, my knowledge of trucks, to my advantage. I reached the road, the hunter close behind me. I could hear his breathing, his growls, his footsteps. I could practically feel the heat of his pursuit. He was right on top of me. I ran to Bess, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't have time to get inside. Instead, I did something he wouldn't expect. I climbed underneath the truck. It was a tight fit, but I managed to squeeze myself between the fuel tank and the drive shaft. I could hear the hunter above me, his footsteps pacing back and forth, his frustrated growls echoing in the night. I knew this was only a temporary reprieve. He would find me eventually. I had to act fast. I reached up and grabbed the air line, the one that connected the truck to the trailer's brakes. I pulled it loose, the air hissing out. Then, I did the same to the other line, the emergency line. With the lines disconnected, the trailer brakes would lock up. This was a long shot, but it was the only chance I had. I waited, listening to the hunter's movements above me. He was getting closer. I could feel his presence, his rage. He was going to find me. He was going to kill me. But I was ready for him. Then, I heard him. He was at the back of the trailer now, trying to figure out what I had done. He began to climb up the back of the truck, onto the trailer. This was my chance. I crawled out from under the truck, staying low, staying quiet. I could see him, standing on top of the trailer, his back to me. He was looking out into the woods, searching for me. He was so sure of himself, so confident in his victory. He had no idea that the hunter had become the hunted. I moved quickly, silently, towards the front of the truck. I climbed into the cab, my hands shaking, my heart pounding. I reached for the air brake knob, the one that controlled the trailer brakes. My hand hovered over it for a moment, then with a deep breath, I pushed it in. The effect was immediate. The trailer brakes, already locked, held firm. But the truck, now disconnected from the trailer's brakes, lurched forward. The hunter, standing on top of the trailer, was thrown off balance. He let out a yell as he fell, landing hard on the ground behind the truck. But he wasn't done. He rolled to his feet, the knife still in his hand, his eyes burning with rage. He charged at me, screaming. I threw the truck into gear and floored it. Bess roared, the tires spinning on the pavement, then catching, propelling the truck forward. The hunter was right in front of me, his face contorted with fury, his knife raised. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact. But instead of the crash of metal on flesh, I heard a different sound. A sickening thud. A crunch of bone. I opened my eyes. The hunter was gone. I looked in the rearview mirror. He was lying on the road behind me, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. He wasn't moving. I had run him over. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just kept driving. The image of his broken body burned into my mind. I drove until I reached the next town, until I saw the lights of civilization. I called the police, told them what had happened. They found his body, just as I described. They investigated, of course, but in the end, they ruled it self-defense. He was a known fugitive, it turned out, with a history of violence. He had multiple warrants out for his arrest, for crimes too terrible to mention. They said I did the world a favor, but I didn't feel like a hero. I felt sick, haunted. I had taken a life, and even though it was in self-defense, it was something I would have to live with for the rest of my days. I gave up trucking after that. I couldn't do it anymore. Every time I got behind the wheel, I saw his face, heard his growls, felt his presence. I sold Bess and took a job as a mechanic, ironically. Anything to stay off the open road. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls outside my window, I think about him, the hunter, and I wonder if he's really gone, or if he's still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for another unsuspecting traveler to wander onto his hunting ground, waiting to play another deadly game of cat and mouse. And sometimes, I see him in my dreams, standing over me, that chilling smile on his face, that hunting knife in his hand. And he whispers to me, his voice a low growl that seems to come from the shadows themselves. "You can't run forever," he says. "You can't hide. I'll find you. And when I do, the game will begin anew." And then I wake up screaming, my body drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. Because I know he's right. You can't escape your past. You can't outrun your demons. They'll always find you, eventually. Story 29, The Wendigo. The Canadian wilderness is a vast, unforgiving place. It's beautiful, yes. But it's also a land of ancient forests, harsh winters, and things that go bump in the night. Things you can't explain. Things you don't want to meet. I learned that the hard way, on a run up north, when I encountered something that still haunts my dreams, something they call the Wendigo. It was a late November night, and I was hauling a load of supplies to a remote mining town in northern Ontario. The Trans-Canada Highway was empty. The only sound the rumble of my rig, Old Bess, and the occasional crackle of the CB radio. Snow was falling, a silent, swirling curtain that swallowed the world outside my headlights. That's when I first noticed it. A feeling, more than anything else. A prickling on the back of my neck, a sense of being watched. I scanned the mirrors, but saw nothing but the falling snow and the dark, impenetrable wall of trees that lined the highway. Then, I heard it. A howl. But not like any animal I'd ever heard before. It was long, mournful, and filled with a chilling hunger that seemed to pierce right through me. It sent shivers down my spine, and a primal fear gripped my heart. I tried to dismiss it, telling myself it was just a wolf, or maybe even the wind. But deep down I knew it was something else. Something far more sinister. The feeling of being watched intensified. I kept glancing in my mirrors, half expecting to see something there, lurking in the shadows. And then I did. A figure, tall and gaunt, standing at the edge of the road, just beyond the reach of my headlights. It was too far away to make out any details, but I could see its silhouette, dark against the falling snow. It was humanoid, but distorted, its limbs too long, its posture unnatural. And it was watching me. I sped up, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to get away from that thing, from that feeling of dread that seemed to emanate from it in waves. But as I drove, I realized it was following me. I'd see it again and again, always in the distance, always just out of reach. A fleeting shadow among the trees, a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. The snow was falling harder now, the wind picking up, creating a swirling vortex of white around my truck. Visibility was near zero. I should have stopped, pulled over, waited out the storm. But I couldn't. I had to keep moving. I had to escape. Then, the hunger started. It wasn't a normal hunger. It was a gnawing, aching emptiness that seemed to consume me from the inside out. It was a craving, a desperate need for something more than food. It was a hunger for flesh. Human flesh. I gripped the steering wheel, my knuckles white, fighting against the urge that was growing within me. I tried to focus on the road, on anything but the hunger, but it was no use. It was overwhelming, all-consuming. It felt like something was trying to take over my body. That's when I remembered the stories. Stories I'd heard from other truckers, from First Nations people. Stories about a creature of the North Woods, the Wendigo. A spirit of insatiable hunger, a creature that possessed the living, driving them to acts of cannibalism. A creature of starvation and desperation, born from the darkest depths of the human psyche. A shapeshifter that could mimic human voices. The stories said the Wendigo was tall and gaunt, with glowing eyes and a heart of ice. They said it could run faster than any man, that it could mimic the voices of loved ones to lure its victims closer. And they said that once it had chosen you, there was no escape. I was starting to believe them. The hunger was unbearable now. I could feel my body changing, my senses sharpening, my teeth aching. I could smell the blood pumping through my veins. I could hear the beating of my own heart, a frantic drumbeat in the silence of the cab. Then I heard a voice. A familiar voice. "Michael," it said. "Softly, pull over. I'm cold." It was my mother's voice. But my mother was dead. She had passed away 5 years ago. I knew it was a trick, a trap. But the voice, it was so real, so familiar. It tugged at my heartstrings, at my memories. "Mom," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Yes, Michael," the voice replied. "It's me. I'm here. Just pull over. Let me in." I almost did it. I almost stopped the truck. But then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the side mirror. A pair of glowing eyes in the darkness. And I remembered the stories. The Wendigo could mimic voices. It could lure you in with the voices of your loved ones. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, Bess roaring in protest. I had to get away. I had to fight this thing, this hunger. This creature that was trying to consume me. I drove for hours, the voice of my mother and others, pleading, begging, then threatening, always just out of reach. The hunger gnawed at me, the creature's presence a constant, terrifying weight on my soul. Then I saw it. A sign, truck stop, last chance 100 miles. A truck stop. A haven, or so I hoped. I pulled into the truck stop. The parking lot almost full. The lights, the noise, the presence of other people, it was a welcome relief. But the hunger was still there, gnawing at me. And the feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. I went inside, hoping to find something to eat, something to satisfy the craving. But as I looked at the food, at the greasy burgers, the stale sandwiches, the sugary pastries, I felt nothing but revulsion. The hunger was for something else. Something I knew I couldn't have. Then, I saw her. A young woman, a waitress. Standing behind the counter. She was alone, vulnerable. And the hunger, it intensified. I could hear my heart pounding in my chest. Could feel my teeth aching. I started to walk towards her. My body moving on its own, driven by a force I couldn't control. I could see the fear in her eyes as I approached, could smell her terror. The other truckers started to notice me and back away. Then, I heard it again, that voice. But this time, it wasn't in my head. It was coming from outside. Michael, it called out, a chorus of voices now, the voices of my mother, my father, my wife. All those I had loved and lost. Come to us. We're waiting for you. I turned and looked out the window. They were there, standing at the edge of the parking lot. Their forms shimmering in the darkness. They were tall and gaunt, their eyes glowing with that same eerie light. They were the Wendigo. And they had come for me. I knew then that I couldn't fight it anymore. The hunger was too strong, the urge too powerful. I was becoming one of them. I turned back to the waitress, my eyes fixed on her. She was terrified, frozen in place, like a deer caught in the headlights. I could see the pulse in her neck, hear the frantic beating of her heart. And I could smell her fear, a sweet, intoxicating scent that made my mouth water. I opened my mouth, and I could feel my teeth growing, sharpening, becoming something else. Something monstrous. The other truckers screamed and ran for the exits. Then, I lunged. But just as I was about to reach her, something hit me from behind. A force, powerful and ancient. I was thrown across the room, smashing into a table, the world around me a blur of pain and confusion. I looked up and saw him. An old man, standing over me, his eyes filled with a fierce, burning light. He was a First Nations elder, dressed in traditional clothing, and he held a staff carved with strange symbols. He was chanting, his voice low and resonant, filled with a power that seemed to push back the darkness. It was a prayer, a plea to a higher power. The Wendigo, for that is what I had become, snarled, its form flickering, its glowing eyes dimming. It tried to get up, to fight, but the old man's chanting held it back, pushed it down. He raised his staff, and the symbols on it began to glow with a bright, white light. He brought it down on me, and a searing pain shot through my body. I screamed, a sound that was both human and animal, a sound of agony and despair. Then, darkness. When I awoke, I was lying on a cot, in a small, dimly lit room. The old man was sitting beside me, his gaze fixed on mine. "Where am I?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "You are safe now," he said. "You are among friends." He explained that he was a shaman, a healer, and that he had sensed the darkness within me, the presence of the Wendigo. He had tracked me to the truck stop and intervened just in time. He had performed a ritual, a cleansing, to drive the spirit out of me. The other truckers restrained me while he conducted the ritual. "The Wendigo is a powerful spirit," he said. "It preys on the weak, the desperate, the hungry. It consumes their souls, turning them into monsters. But why me? I asked. You were vulnerable, he replied. You were lost. And it found you. It chose you. But you fought it. You resisted. That is why you are still here. He paused, then added, the spirit is banished, for now. But the hunger, it may return. You must be vigilant. You must be strong. He gave me a small, leather pouch filled with herbs and other objects. Keep this with you, he said. It will help protect you. It will help you remember who you are. I left that place a changed man. I carried the pouch with me always, a constant reminder of the darkness I faced, and the darkness that still lurks within me. I know that the Wendigo is still out there, somewhere in the vast wilderness, waiting for its next victim. And I know that the hunger may return, that the beast inside me may one day break free. Story 30, the final destination. They say that when you're about to die, your whole life flashes before your eyes. But what happens when it's not your life? What happens when you see someone else's death? Or worse, many deaths? It started with a dream. A nightmare, really. I was driving my rig, Old Bess, down a winding mountain road. It was a dark and stormy night, the rain lashing against the windshield, the wind howling like a banshee. Suddenly, I saw headlights coming towards me. Around a blind curve, too fast. Way too fast. I swerved, but it was too late. The car, a small sedan, slammed into a tanker truck that was right behind me. The impact was deafening. The tanker exploded in a ball of fire, engulfing the car and my truck in flames. I could hear screams, then nothing but the roar of the fire. I woke up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. It had felt so real, so vivid. I could still smell the burning fuel, still hear the screams. I tried to shake it off, to tell myself it was just a dream, but I couldn't. Something about it felt different, like a premonition. I got up, made some coffee, and tried to get ready for my day. I was scheduled to haul a load of lumber from Oregon down to California, a route that took me through the winding roads of the Siskiyou Mountains, the same roads I had seen in my dream. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Every curve in the road, every passing vehicle made me jumpy. I kept replaying the dream in my head, trying to make sense of it. Was it just a dream, or was it something more? A warning. Then, I saw it. A road sign. Miller's Pass, 10 miles. Miller's Pass. That was the name of the pass in my dream, the place where the accident happened. My blood ran cold. This was it. This was the place. But it couldn't be real, could it? It was just a dream, right? I slowed down, my mind racing. I had to do something. I couldn't just drive on, knowing what might happen. But what could I do? Who would believe me? I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking on the wheel. I grabbed my CB, my lifeline to the other truckers on the road. Maybe someone would listen. Breaker 19, I said, my voice trembling. This is Night Owl, heading south on Highway 96, approaching Miller's Pass. I need some help here. I had a vision. A bad one. There's gonna be an accident. A big one. At Miller's Pass. The response was immediate, but not what I expected. Laughter. Derision. Mockery. You been hitting the sauce again. Night Owl. One trucker chuckled. Keep your crazy dreams to yourself, buddy. Another chimed in. Maybe you should lay off the caffeine pills, Night Owl. You're starting to sound like one of them conspiracy nuts. A third voice added. I tried to explain, to tell them it wasn't a joke, that I was serious, but they wouldn't listen. They just kept laughing, their voices echoing in the cab of my truck, mocking my fear. I slammed my fist on the dashboard in frustration. They didn't understand. They didn't believe me. I was on my own. I knew what I had to do. I had to stop the accident. I had to prevent the fiery deaths I had seen in my dream. Even if everyone thought I was crazy, I had to try. I pulled back onto the highway, my heart pounding in my chest. I had a plan, a desperate, crazy plan, but it was all I had. As I approached Miller's Pass, I started to put my plan into action. I slowed down, way down to a crawl. Then, I started to swerve, back and forth across the road, blocking both lanes. I turned on my hazard lights and started blasting my air horn. Other drivers started to honk their horns, yelling at me, cursing me. But I didn't care. I had to slow them down. I had to give them time. I had to stop them from reaching that curve. Then I saw it. The tanker truck from my dream. It was coming up behind me fast. The driver probably furious at me for blocking the road. He was gaining quickly. I could see him in my side mirror, his face contorted in rage. I held my breath, waiting for the right moment. Just as the tanker truck was about to overtake me, I swerved again, cutting him off, forcing him to slow down. He slammed on his brakes, his tires screeching, the truck fishtailing wildly. He narrowly avoided hitting me, but he lost control, the truck jackknifing, sliding across the road. It was a terrifying sight, but at least he wasn't going to make it to the curve. Then I saw the car. A small sedan, just like the one in my dream. It was coming from the other direction, heading north towards the pass, towards the curve, towards the tanker. I had to warn them. I grabbed my CB, my hands shaking. "Breaker 19, I yelled. "Mayday, mayday! This is Night Owl. There's a jackknife tanker at Miller's Pass. Do not, I repeat, do not approach the curve. It's a death trap." Silence. Then, a crackle of static. "Who is this?" A voice asked, calm, professional. It was the driver of the sedan. "It's Night Owl," I repeated, my voice frantic. "Listen to me. There's been an accident. You need to stop. Turn around, go back." "We copy." "Night Owl," the voice replied. "We're approaching the pass now. We'll proceed with caution." "No," I screamed. "You don't understand. It's not safe. You have to stop. Please. Just stop." But it was too late. I saw the sedan round the curve, its headlights illuminating the jackknifed tanker. I saw the driver's startled expression, saw him slam on the brakes. But it wasn't enough. The car skidded, its tires losing their grip on the wet pavement. It slammed into the side of the tanker, not with an explosion as in my dream, but with a sickening crunch of metal on metal. I watched in horror as the car spun around, then rolled over, coming to rest in a ditch by the side of the road. It was a wreck, but it wasn't on fire. I had done it. I had prevented the fiery crash I had seen in my dream. But at what cost? I quickly got out of my truck and ran towards the overturned car. Other drivers who had stopped started to gather around, their faces a mixture of shock and concern. We managed to pry open the door and pull the driver out. It was a young woman, unconscious but alive. She was breathing. I had saved her. I had prevented the deaths I had foreseen. I had stopped the accident. As the paramedics arrived and took over, I stood there, watching them work, my body trembling, my mind reeling. I had done it. But the victory felt hollow, tainted by the knowledge of what could have been, and by the cost of my actions. My career was likely over. I would be blamed for the accident, for blocking the road, for causing the tanker to jackknife. I might even face criminal charges. As I was giving my statement to the police, I saw her, standing at the edge of the crowd, watching me. A woman, dressed in black. She was old, her face etched with wrinkles, her eyes dark and knowing. She looked familiar, somehow. And then I realized. She was the fortune teller from my dream, the one who had shown me the accident, the one who had set me on this path. But how could that be? She was just a figment of my imagination, wasn't she? Our eyes met. She smiled, a slow, knowing smile. Then, she nodded just once, as if to say, "You did well." Then, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I never saw her again, but I'll never forget her, or the dream, or the accident I prevented, or the price I paid. I lost my job, my truck, my reputation. I was labeled a madman, a lunatic, a danger on the road. No one believed my story about the premonition. They said I was sleep-deprived, stressed, that I had imagined the whole thing. But I know what I saw. I know what I did. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed, unable to sleep, I wonder if it was all worth it. Was it worth sacrificing everything to prevent an accident that may or may not have happened? Was it worth becoming a pariah, an outcast, a madman in the eyes of the world? And sometimes, I see her face in my dreams. The fortune teller, her dark, knowing eyes, her slow, knowing smile, and I hear her voice whispering in my ear. "You did well, driver," she says. "You saved them. But you damned yourself." And then I wake up, screaming, my body drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. Because I know she's right. I did save them. But in doing so, I condemned myself to a life of doubt, of fear of never knowing if what I saw was real, or just a figment of my imagination. A life where I'm forever trapped between the world of the living and the world of the dead, haunted by the ghosts of what might have been, and by the chilling certainty that my true journey, is far from over. Hey guys, if you are still watching, it would really help me out if you subscribe to the channel. I appreciate you, and I will see you in the next video.